He was very tired, and what had he not done in his entire life? From weakness, he had to lie on the damp ground. No one could know what the job his colleagues offered him would lead to. At the hospital, he was invited to go as a doctor, along with the volunteers. But he drank coffee and didn't understand why he needed to go so far and work there for pennies. The guy screamed and refused to go, but his boss laughed and said that he would sign him up anyway, since he had never worked with them yet. So the objection would not be accepted. At that moment, he had no idea that a real war would break out in the place where he would go as a volunteer. The next day, real explosions began there. Everyone began to panic, but Dr. Chin continued to give first aid to the victims, screaming for help, because there were no more places, and there was nowhere to put the victims. Chin panicked and gave it his all, as befits a real doctor, even though his life was also on the verge of death. Suddenly he was very frightened and lost consciousness for some time from the explosion that formed near him. The military was already approaching their tents and preparing to continue destroying everyone in their path who was still alive. They decided to seize the largest tent, which belonged to civilians. Therefore, without hesitation, they immediately ran to storm it. The military has already completely surrounded all the exits. The doctor tightly hugged the guy and the girl who was next to him, realizing that the military could now take their lives. Suddenly, the entrance to the tent opened with a sharp movement of the hand. This scared the guy very much, because he hoped that they would not be noticed. The military man approached and immediately began pointing his weapon at them and was not at all ready to engage in dialogue with them. The doctor sat down on his knees and raised his hand as a sign that he was not a threat at all, hugging the little boy. He was very panicked and angry at the same time, because he understood that this was completely unfair. After he heard that the military man was not going to take them prisoner and fired a weapon, Chin rose to his feet and rushed to protect the child with his body. The military man was serious and understood that no one would do anything to him for this, so without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. This made Dr. Chin close his eyes tightly, trying to accept the situation. But when the bullet had already hit him, he began to scream and writhe in pain. Because right now, the military man was taking his life, where children were also watching this process. The cartridge case from the shot fell to the ground, and the guy understood that now he had done absolutely everything in his power. Drops from the wound also gradually began to drip onto the dry ground, and his back was completely pierced several times by bullets. The children looked at their savior and began to cry, because the doctor had just given his life for them. Chin continued to hover over them with his eyes wide open, trying to remember his entire life that flashed before his eyes. He was shocked and could barely stand on his feet, because he understood that this was the end, and he could not even fully protect them. With awareness and complete acceptance of the situation, his eyes closed, and he prepared to accept the irreparable. He no longer had the strength to stand on his feet, so he fell unconscious to the ground, constantly uttering the phrase that he was a doctor. He was in great pain, as if bones were breaking and you could hear your own skeleton cracking. And now you fall without any strength, and with the understanding that your whole life has just ended. A little later, the guy opened his eyes and was very surprised. He absolutely did not understand what was wrong with him and where he was now. Was it really a forest? Chin also couldn't understand why he was lying on the ground and not dead. He raised his hand and started screaming loudly, because he couldn't believe it. Did he really have a child's hand now? He decided to examine it carefully, but did not see any blood there, which was very strange. The doctor realized the whole situation and could not guess what this place was and why he had the body of a child. He suddenly opened his eyes and was very scared. There were a lot of dead people on the ground who had recently fought for their lives. They had homemade weapons in their hands, which could not protect them. The entire camp was destroyed, leaving only a little boy, all alone. He looked at this whole situation and did not understand that this was reality. That's why he had to pinch his cheek to make sure that this whole situation was definitely not a dream. He could not imagine that after death, he would return to the combat zone again, only in another life, because this was not a film set at all. And also definitely not his fantasy, because the smell of blood was still there. Chin approached each of them and analyzed them, concluding that all these corpses were real, and they were torn apart as if with one blow. In addition, the wounds are very deep, but how could they be cut in half, since there is not a single gunshot wound? Chin continued to look at the victim and noticed that they had a lot in common, because they were all dressed very strangely. He was very surprised because is this really what he thinks about? After his death, he was reborn into a new world of martial arts? All the dead people were similar to each other, no matter how many he checked and approached them. It was really not easy for him to believe it, so his soul became much calmer after he began to realize that it was all a fantasy. But still, he came to terms with it, because he realized that in any case, this was no longer Korea, but a new world in which he would have to live, because his body had also changed. He looked at the carts that were in front of him and noticed that they were all empty. Had they really been attacked by thieves? Since he is still a doctor, he needed to analyze the patients in order to understand the situation, because all the corpses had already hardened the muscles of the face and neck. He was shocked by the conclusions he received, because approximately 2 hours had passed since their death. Therefore, he rose to his feet and realized that he needed to recover from the shock and get out of this place before the robbers returned again. As soon as he was about to leave, they started shouting after him, which really scared the guy. Was there really a survivor here? One of the wounded could barely breathe and speak. So he turned to the guy and asked him to give this bag to his wife. He is no longer important to him, so she will need him much more. Chin was shocked, so he continued to listen to what he was being told. He had to act, so he fell to his knees and began to stop the bleeding. The patient was lucky to have an experienced surgeon next to him, who already has extensive experience in helping in such situations. Although the wound is deep, vital organs are not affected. The patient has lost a lot of blood. His wounds need to be stitched up. But he continued to shake his bag next to the doctor, which forced the guy to pay attention to her. There were a lot of coins and children's shoes, but there was nothing valuable that could help stop the bleeding. At the end, a sewing pillow that his child loved to play with fell to the ground. Dr. Chin didn't think long and took it, because this thread would definitely be enough. We must also remember to prevent further infection. There wasn't much choice, so he looked at the patient and said that now he would need to be patient. He stuck a needle into his body, after which the patient began to scream in pain. Chin tried to do everything as carefully and painlessly as the situation allowed, constantly reassuring the wounded man. A few minutes later, he was already making the final suture, completing the operation. He was also very pleased to know that he was able to help a patient in such a critical situation, so he smiled and praised him for being patient. The patient also thanked him for his help, because a few minutes earlier he was actually ready to say goodbye to his life. But the worst was just beginning, because for now, this is all the help that Chin could offer him, since there are no antiseptics at hand, so there is still a high risk of blood poisoning. He looked at the child's shoes and the powerless patient and was shocked. After all, he understood that his pregnant wife was waiting for him at home, so he definitely needed to survive. Chin also began to cry. So he handed the sick man his bag, collecting everything that was in it back and asking him not to even think about dying. They were absolutely alone among these mountains, except for the robbers who had already left them. So Chin continued to constantly monitor the wounded man in order to somehow improve his condition. But his emotions took control of him, so he began to cry and scream, because he had practically no strength left. Probably all this is due to the fact that this body is less durable than the previous one. The situation with the patient prompted him to think about checking everyone again, because maybe someone else had survived. So he rose to his feet and decided to leave his sick man. Walking around the area, he looked around, because most likely there could be a lot of people here who need help. Chin thought about it and realized that now he really needed to help them and find out the features of this world. But what happens next? What if no one even comes for them? He squeezed his hand and realized that now there was absolutely no time for empty thoughts. First, he needs to save everyone he can, and after that, he can relax. Chin looked very confident, because he finally understood his mission, so he is ready to do absolutely everything in his power, because such is his medical duty. The mountains were preparing for the deep night, which was approaching right now, so we needed to start thinking about where to sleep. Chin very quickly found many more people who were lying in the damp earth without signs of life. He squeezed each of them tightly, trying to give the necessary first aid. The wounded man's hand rested on his chin, which caused a little discomfort during the operation. Chin understood that there would be too much blood, so there was nothing he could do to help them here. His gaze was full of empathy, because he understood that he could not save them. It is important to understand that there are many factors that go into working in a surgical department. One of them is to understand who can be saved, and those who it is practically useless to try to pull out of the other world. Chin was definitely a very kind guy, because not everyone would dare to do this, so he lifted the patient to his feet. And he began to lead him along, even though he was several times larger than him, which caused great discomfort. He brought 3 patients who could still be saved and gathered them all in one place. Chin fell to his knees and realized that among such a large camp, this was the only way he could help. It was very unpleasant for him to realize this, so tears began to form in his eyes. He understood that being a doctor was truly a calling, because when nothing obliges him, he still tries to help people. But there was no time to feel sorry for himself, so he clenched his hand tightly into a fist. After all, if he had normal medical equipment, he would be able to absolutely fix everything and save many more people. While he was complaining about his fate, a very strange blue rag came into his field of vision, which clearly stood out against the background of the clothes of the local residents. Therefore, Chin immediately pulled it out and began to examine it. This surprised him very much, because there was a picture of a flying serpent. But what does that mean? This is an organization that transports anyone or anything for a fee, which is very beneficial for both parties. Chin thought about it, because such transport companies were very common in the martial arts novels that he loved to read. But if he himself ended up in one, and these people are guards, then a rescue squad should definitely come for them. The former doctor thought about this, so he ran around the camp to look for weapons, so that he would have at least some item for defense and survival in the near future. After he found the sword, he immediately began sharpening it with the stone he could find. He placed leaves on the bottom to also light the fire, thanks to the sparks that formed from sharpening the sword. He was very happy, because at least somewhere his army knowledge really came in handy, although not in his previous life. When he started wearing all the necessary materials, he really began to complain about his body. Really very weak, especially for such heavy loads. Until night fell, he tried to build a tent so that he could wait out the night and not freeze from the cold, at least. Chin held his head and was surprised, because in such a short period of time, he had almost finished building it. After everything worked out, he fell exhausted to the ground, as he could no longer stand on his feet. He managed to light a fire and put the sick people on blankets next to it. And from powerlessness, he simply fell between them on the damp ground. From his tent, he looked up at the sky and admired the beautiful sunset. He was very visibly upset, because why did he even think that someone would come to save them? Perhaps the company doesn't care about its employees at all, and no one will come to the rescue. Therefore, he stood up and, clenching his hands into fists, decided that while it was not too dark, he needed to go down to the foot of the mountain to examine the area. Still, he stopped after taking a step and thought. Chin looked towards his patients, whom he had already managed to help, and warmed them near the fire. Then he got angry and clenched his teeth tightly. Obviously, he didn't like this at all. 2 patients slept very soundly, recovering from the operations performed, since their strength had also virtually dried up. The girl lay in the same way with her eyes closed, finding peace and basking in the warmth that the fire emitted. The guy was very angry and scared, so he immediately fell to his knees. He began to cry, because it was really very difficult for him to realize all this, because he might be a doctor, but he did not enter this profession to help strange people in a tent at night, but only because of good money. He continued to cry, remembering his childhood, because all this time he was an orphan. And dedicating his life to overcoming suffering is really a great achievement for him, so he didn't even understand what to do. At first, he was a forced volunteer, but ended up in some kind of shit, overshadowed the civilians, and died from multiple gunshot wounds. Suddenly, his whining stopped abruptly, and he rose to his feet, hearing something very surprising. This scared him very much, because could they really be wolves? In a panic, he began to get nervous, reassuring himself that this could be, since the world in which he is now is truly ancient. So if there are robbers, then there will definitely be wolves. He panicked and cried, asking where the rescuers from the Flying Snake organization were now. After the danger had partially passed, he continued to look at and analyze their logo. After all, he understood that he had already seen this somewhere, since a similar name of the organization was in his novel, which he had recently read. Chin couldn't believe what was happening right now, because the ground under his feet suddenly began to shake, and it seemed like something terrible was approaching, making him panic and nervous. The horses continued to run along the road with their hooves, making a terrifying sound for the lonely guy. Therefore, he took out his sword and prepared for battle, because you never know for sure who is approaching and what his intentions are. Because of fear, it was very difficult for him to hold the sword, so he himself tried to hide behind it and only hoped that it was the same rescue squad that was coming to him. Or these thieves again who want to seize him. They also had their own banners and moved straight towards the guy amid shouts, which frightened him even more. These were the banners of the Flying Kite. Seeing this, he calmed down very much and exhaled, because a second earlier he was already absolutely sure that robbers were attacking him. He looked in their direction, falling to his knees, glad that the rescuers had actually come. For the first time in a long time, he smiled, because now everyone would be safe. There were a lot of them, and they moved in exactly the same composition in terms of manpower as the one that the robbers destroyed earlier. Chin continued to kneel and waited for them to move even closer to him. He noticed that they had a really unusual cart. Looks like a huge box of medicines. Is it really so? He also couldn't believe it because he felt like he had read about it before. If this is Baek Rin Yui Sung's carriage, then everything becomes clear. He remembered reading this book in his office. It was one of his favorite novels, so he often read it at work. His boss often caught him doing this and laughed at him for constantly reading martial arts novels. But he only wondered why he cared about other people's hobbies. Greatest Heavenly Demon? Sounds boring. That's what this book was called, which made the guy very angry. So he started screaming and insulting his leader. Now it's no wonder why he sent him to war. He grabbed his head and smiled, because he thought that this was just an accident, and that this really happens. And besides, this situation made him smile a lot, and relieved him a little from the stress that he had been experiencing all this time. One of the rescuers shouted to his superior, pointing his finger at Chin and informing him that there was a survivor there. The guy continued to kneel and watch what was happening. He opened his eyes and mouth wide and was very surprised, because was this really happening to him right now? An eagle flew in the sky, which was also looking at the territory and looking for an opportunity to eat well. Suddenly, a camp of carriers came into his field of vision, who were also rushing at great speed. Chin was shocked, so he looked in their direction and just tried not to do anything unnecessary, so as not to become their enemy. He placed his hands on the ground and also placed his sword in front of him, after which he simply continued to sit on his knees, making it clear that he posed absolutely no threat. The commander ordered his servant to check if there were any wounded who needed help, after which he was very surprised, because it seemed like he didn't expect to see this either. He saw a guy who, at the sight of the main rescuer, rose to his feet and lowered his head as a sign of respect. After taking a few steps, the boss also stopped. Chin looked at him and didn't understand why he was so huge. Unexpectedly for the guy, the boss also fell to his knees, becoming on the same level with the guy. After which he greeted him and said that his name was Yo Ha-yoon, and he was the head of the Flying Snake organization. He looked at the guy and asked him to tell him his name, so the guy smiled and said that his name was Cheon-chi, and also noticed that the boss was much kinder than he seemed at first glance. Yu praised the guy for what he did, because not every adult can show perseverance in such situations. He also looked at the tent and asked if he had made it the same way himself. He confirmed this and said that there were also victims inside. The commander was shocked by this, because what does the guy mean? How did they end up there? Without hesitation, he looked in there and was very surprised, since there were 3 people lying there at once. He was shocked, but it was necessary to make a decision very quickly, because every second matters. He started screaming and saying that emergency help was needed now, so he ordered that Mr. Baek Ryan Ui Sung be called urgently, and as quickly as possible. The guy was very surprised by this, because at first it seemed to him that it was all a dream and a simple coincidence. But he heard right? Right? This is simply impossible, since a cart with medicines immediately appeared behind him. He turned back and was in real bewilderment, because if you believe what was written in the novel, Baek Rin Song is one of the healers of 3 generations of the Celestial Empire. And Baek Rin is his nickname, which was given because of his hair color, which resembled the scales of a white dragon. And even though he is a man, but many people saw him as a real beauty. Chin was very surprised by such a meeting, because he couldn't even believe that all this was happening to him right now, and that this was not a dream at all, but his new reality. He looked at Baek Rin and realized that everything was happening exactly as in the novel, and this was not just the world of martial arts. This is the universe of the very book that he loved to read so much. Shortly before his death in the war, he read this novel in its entirety, and one of the important supporting roles belonged to Baek Rin Ui Sung. And when the transport guard was attacked, he managed to save the main character named He Ryun. Afterwards, there were a lot of different episodes that deserved attention, but not that much. But then Baek Rin Ui Sung died of a chronic illness in the 2nd volume. But now he is here, in this very tent that Chin built himself. And all this is happening for real before the guy's eyes, which is really hard to believe. Baek Rin Ui Sung was lost in thought and a little confused about what was happening. He looked at the seam that Chin had made and was very perplexed. His eyes were full of surprise, because he did not expect to see this at all. From his pocket, he began to take out his necessary tools for work. Then he opened the box and stuck 2 fingers into it, after which he sharply applied them to the patient's body and formed magical blue reflections that shocked everyone. The commander approached him and asked whether his soldiers would survive after treatment, or could they no longer be saved. Baek Rin looked at him and said that he only had one question. He pointed to the wounded man and asked who stitched them up. The boss looked around and began to get a little nervous. It was clearly noticeable that he was not ready for this kind of questions right now. The guy realized that everyone was pointing at him and was very scared, because he didn't know what to expect now. So he came closer and said it was him. Baek-rin smiled and said that he really has very unusual surgical skills, especially for such a small baby. Thanks to the skills of this young hero, the victims were able to survive, which greatly shocked Jin and everyone around him, because right now he was praised by Baek-rin Yoon-sung himself. People around looked at the guy and didn't understand who he was, and was he really that good? A truly outstanding talent, because he was not at a loss and was able to stitch up a patient in such a situation. Jin looked at him and simply said that he only wanted to save them. But Baek-rin smiled and said that in Gangho, few people take such things for granted. The chief leaned over and ordered the servants to have half of the squad await them here. After which they left, leaving the guy in the same place. So he had no choice but to simply watch their camp go by. Chin fell to the ground in shock, as he did not at all expect that after death his life would turn out exactly like this. After all, he had just received gratitude from the flying kite himself. Yu leaned towards him and said that for the guy's heroism, they would definitely repay him for this good deed. Chin looked down and thought deeply. Thus passed his second day in this new world, and he had to get ready for bed again before it got completely dark, because the nights in the mountains are really very cold. The medical cart continued its journey along with the rescue camp. In the carriage, a kettle was boiling near the fireplace. The servant turned to the owner, saying that he was very overzealous. He was very tired and could barely open his eyes, so he told Baek-rin that it was not worth going there at all. He understood that there really was no other choice. Formerly the head of the company, helped him escape his family's wrath. Therefore today he saved his younger brother, thereby repaying his debt. Ju-ho put a warming bandage on his head to relieve the pain a little and warm him up, and also asked if he was talking about Fyodu now. True, he was also very sorry that the others did not survive, but there was nothing they could do to help. So Baek-rin doesn't owe him anything anymore? He agreed and said that it could be said that way. Yoo-hoo looked in his direction and said that Baek-rin doesn't take care of himself at all. After that, he continued, Baek-rin knows as well as he does that the 9 yin meridian will not be so easy to restore. He knew about it himself, but what could he do? He put a blindfold on his eyes and said that he didn't have long to live, so you can really start to consider him a long liver if he can last up to 40 years. Baek-rin extended his hand and called Yoo-ho closer. He looked at him and said that he had decided to take on a student whom he would teach. This surprised him very much, so the servant was shocked at first and tried to partially convince him. Baek-rin said that he knows all these nuances and that his life will be shorter after such an act. Yoo-hoo exhaled and smiled, because now Baek-rin will remain adamant, but he had completely different plans, because this child is really worth it, because he was able to make such a perfect seam that he had never seen before. Ju-ho also began to think about all this, and although it was difficult, he still had to accept any decision of his commander, no matter what it was. Therefore, while still driving through the mountains, he agreed with Baek-rin and said that he did not dare to contradict such a decision. The green potion began to emit a very familiar smell, which brought back old memories. As a child, he often visited the market where similar herbs were sold. But his gaze was still very wary then, because he began to have nightmares. Therefore, all night he woke up in horror and covered in cold sweat, since he could not completely clear himself of such thoughts. After waking up, he constantly screamed and cried, trying to somehow escape from this state. These are very unpleasant sensations, especially when you are still a little boy who has just begun to experience this life. And waking up every time from terrible nightmares is really a very thankless task. Thus, this difficult night passed for the child, and the morning began with another horror and rapid heartbeat. After waking up, he began to look at his room, which was quite large. There were also many beds there that were intended for guests. Chin opened his eyes and realized that what was happening to him right now was not exactly what he expected. He heard footsteps approaching him and was very scared, but a voice in front of him told him to stay in bed. Chin looked at them with confusion and a little fear, but still obeyed. It was the same Dr. Baek Rin and his team. He was very happy to see the guy, so he smiled and looked in his direction. The servants also watched the ongoing process and were pleasantly surprised because they understood that their leader had made a rather unusual decision for those times. The rest of the team members were a little perplexed and broadcast this in every possible way, looking in the guy's direction. He still couldn't understand what was going on and why they all started looking at him so intently. Had he really done something? It was the boy who lived, but where did they put the other two? Chin stood up and decided to ask what was the matter and where he was right now. So Baek Rin told him that he was now in one of the flying snake departments. He smiled and said that the guy lost consciousness and also slept all the way to this place, so they decided to give him a rest. He, in turn, watched the doctor and admired him, because up close, he really looks like a real celebrity. The guy looked at him with his mouth open and admiring, and he also couldn't believe that he was addressing him. A little boy, so respectfully. They all looked at him together and realized that if not for his help, no one would have been able to survive, which greatly pleased the guy's self-esteem. Of course, Baek Rin completed the treatment he started, but their savior is unconditionally Jin, who from now on becomes their new hero. Tears began to well up in his eyes again, only this time from happiness. He was really very happy. Baek Rin also smiled and said that complications were avoided, so not only the Flying Snake organization, but also the entire Gong Song clan owes a huge debt to him. Chin was very surprised because he did not understand what kind of Kansan clan this was, since he had never heard of it before. So they asked him if he remembered the girl whom he treated with a sword in his hands. She is the daughter of the Gong Song family and a traveling warrior in the organization's Fiosa position. After all, if it weren't for Chin, then most likely she would have died, which greatly upset the doctor. The guy understood that the Kansan family is one of the main families in this novel. Only in the plot. It appears much later. So this means she was the daughter of the head of the Kansan clan? He was pleased, but he saved her in the first place only because it was his doctoral duty. Suddenly, he decided to get up and sharply grabbed the edge of the bed, trying to continue his thought. But it was very difficult for him to do this. His head began to spin and Chin began to experience really unpleasant pain and lose consciousness. The doctor's servant noticed this in time, so he immediately grabbed the guy and did not let him fall. Yet it was not a girl, but also a guy named Yuho, who looked similar to his leader, whom he accompanied all the time, and he also told Chin to be careful. Chin already knew everything about him, because he loved to constantly read this book, so he told Yuho that it would not often be possible to meet a hero whose eyes were half closed. Chin knew that a lot of people were watching him right now, including Baek Rin, so he looked at them and said that he was only using his modest skills. He also smiled and said that he was very happy that he finally managed to help them all. The servants were shocked because they understood that children certainly did not speak like that. But Chin continues to look at them and shock them with his statements, because thanks to him, the Flying Snake organization managed to pay off its debt to the Kansan clan. However, he thought he contributed a little more to it all. Baek Rin took out his red box, which he had prepared in advance, and handed it to the guy. Having opened it, he was very shocked, because this was a medicine for internal injuries, which was sent to him as a token of gratitude. Everyone else in the room was shocked, because Baek Rin had never been so generous before, so they couldn't believe it. After all, he had just given the guy a huandan of a 100-year-old pine tree. It is extracted from pine trees, which grow in special places. But not everything is so simple. Huandan is created from resin that is released from the roots, so it contains the vital force of a 100-year-old tree. Qin was shocked not so much by the gift, but by the reaction of everyone present, because from it he was able to conclude that most likely this was indeed a very valuable thing. But why was it being given to him? Baek Rin was a little worried and upset because everyone was also shocked by such a gift. So he decided to explain to them that if it weren't for this child, they would have lost hope of continuing the family of Gongxiang, nicknamed the Dragon Sword. He stood at the guy and understood that even if her family did not believe that the baby was able to save their relative, it was true, and there was no escape from it. Baek Rin leaned towards the boy and looked him straight in the eyes, showing his good intentions. Baek Rin continued, saying that if we analyze the position the girl occupies in the family, he dared to assume that this gift would not be enough for gratitude. But still he handed it to him, because others certainly wouldn't understand this. Qin was excited and shocked. He was clearly not yet ready to accept such expensive gifts, since a few days ago he had just entered this world. He started crying again, because he didn't understand anything, because they gave him some kind of medicine, but they didn't even tell him its name. Baek Rin read his thoughts, so he said that it works well in treating internal injuries. In addition, it relieves headaches, which surprised the guy and made him even more nervous. But Baek Rin said that everything is fine and it's just overwork, because it's very difficult for the body right now. Therefore, he continued to offer to take him a gift, which the guy clearly did not want to do with much desire. He understood that it was needed to treat internal injuries, but was it really a miracle cure? He looked at Baek Rin, who was expecting a positive answer from him, and realized that since he was his favorite character from the novel, he needed to take advantage of the moment and accept such a gift. He began to carefully examine his gift and understood that the patient must obey the doctor. Therefore, without any extra thought, on which he had already spent too much time and effort, he threw this miraculous medicine into his mouth, after which he had to try hard to swallow, since it was really large. Qin bowed his head and closed his eyes, preparing to accept his new reality, because the medicine began to send a pleasant chill down his throat and made him feel slightly dizzy. Juho already knew about the consequences, so he decided not to hesitate and immediately invited the guy to drink the contents of the bottle. It should help him fall asleep quickly and not feel dizzy. Qin was shocked because he didn't expect this at all. Baek Rin turned to his servants and said that the patient now needed peace, so everyone needed to leave so as not to disturb them. This boy is really much more unusual than they said about him. It was even somehow awkward for them to remember their uneducated children. All the servants went outside the office and waited for Baek Rin along with Yuho already outside, leaving the doors open. Thus ended the guy's next day in the new world, so he had to get ready for bed again. Baek Rin did not leave his side at all, and watched the guy for several hours in a row, forcing Yuho to sometimes check if everything was okay with him. They looked at Qin, after which Yuho decided to ask if Baek Rin really wanted to make him his pupil. Of course, he was ready to realize his idea, because there is hardly anyone who would refuse to become a student of Baek Rin, Sung himself from heaven. But still Yuho was worried. But Baek Rin was not thinking about this at all. He was worried about only one question, how he would not give up such an idea, which greatly surprised Yuho. Baek Rin understood that if he had such abilities at such a young age, then he might not need anyone else's help and could completely refuse the doctor's help. When someone shows sincerity, doesn't it touch the heart? Juho really still couldn't understand. Was he really going to give such an expensive thing to the guy? But Baek Rin lowered his head and said that he had already made his choice a long time ago. He waved his magic wand. Then he pointed it towards the guy, who continued to sleep on the bed and did not suspect anything. Yellow highlights began to form near his head, which informed the whole world that magic could be passed on from generation to generation. His hands began to unnoticeably shake in his sleep, even though Chin was sleeping very soundly and did not feel anything. Baek-rin smiled and continued to perform his rituals, shocking his subordinate. Yoo-hoo looked at the guy who continued to lie exhausted after such a difficult day and did not understand at all whether to envy him or sympathize with him, because if the owner noticed him, then now Chin can definitely not count on a peaceful life. At that moment, Chin was having a very deep dream, as if he had been reborn into a butterfly flying across the sky. But now we are not talking about a Chinese metaphor about the structure of consciousness and knowledge of the world. The thing is that in a dream he fell into the hands of a madman who pierced his entire body with needles. He felt very unpleasant, so he tried to scream and order him to let go of the butterfly. After much begging and begging, he finally managed to do it, but he still wanted it to end as soon as possible. Waking up, Chin began to choke from the dream he had experienced, but noticed that the ceiling was exactly the same as it was. He was shocked because his body seemed to be transformed, but that was not what surprised him. He closed his eyes and couldn't figure out what this disgusting smell was. Therefore, such a stench forced him to get out of bed to dispose of this kind of stinking source. It seemed to be rotten food. He placed his hands on the bed and tried to lean heavily on them. It was also still difficult for him to control his legs, so he still needed to get up. Chin was shocked because he didn't understand why so much was happening to him in this new world, and why he should suffer here again, just like in his previous life. He started screaming because all his clothes had disappeared somewhere, and he couldn't get out of bed normally. He was very embarrassed by this because he had recently taken a pill and fell fast asleep, and after waking up he found himself robbed and without clothes. He had to scream throughout the entire tent with rage because he couldn't understand what had just happened to him. Baek-rin heard all this along with his assistant. So without wasting too much time, they went into the room so that Chin would not worry so much. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, because had Baek-rin really been sitting here all night? It is common practice for those who look after the sick to hire servants to do this work. To Baek-rin's surprise, there was a lot of unclean energy in the guy's body. This surprised and scared Chin very much, so he started screaming because something else was stuck to the wall. Chin was scared because it felt like dried rubber. Baek-rin smiled and said that his body is good, so he asked if anything was bothering him now. It was probably the rubber that gave off that terrible smell. The guy entered into a dialogue with him and said that nothing bothers him at all now, and he feels much better, and he also told the doctor to communicate with him as a friend, and not officially, as otherwise an awkward situation would result. Baek-rin looked at him and smiled. He was very happy to watch the guy and listen to everything he was telling him. Chin also complimented him and said that he was also embarrassed because all these words were coming from the mouth of such a beauty. After which Baek-rin laughed and said that he would take this moment into account and try to improve. He decided to touch his back and analyze the damage that had formed on it. But the guy couldn't help but wonder what kind of unclean energy this was. Because did he have any internal damage? The doctor looked and said that the course of treatment also included other rituals that would clearly be useful to him at the moment when he wanted to study martial arts in the future. Chin continued to stand in confusion and did not know what he was talking about now, because Baek-rin said that the course of treatment also included cleansing. But what kind? This is a term that is also very often used in martial arts novels, because it is a stimulation technique that removes all waste and toxins from the body through energetic and medical cleansing. Chin was very surprised because it turns out his blood vessels were cleaned. But something went wrong, because why did Baek-rin so confidently say that in the future he would have to study martial arts? But why would he do it? Baek-rin did not answer these questions and only said that now it was time to take a bath and called Yuho for help. He kindly came over and had already prepared everything necessary for the procedure. Approaching Chin, he very carefully took him and covered him with a towel. After which he took Chin in his arms, because he was small and not at all heavy. Besides, since the cleansing was carried out by Baek-rin Yui-song himself, then it should be much better than what is done in ordinary military families. Chin still couldn't understand why he was so kind to him. Did he really need something from him? After all, Baek-rin continued to look at him and smile all the time, radiating only kindness on his part. A minute later, the guy's head plunged into the water for the first time. He spread his fingers and tried to catch a drop of water that floated past him. His entire body was completely submerged in water, after several days of hard and exhausting work. His eyes shone. It was clearly visible that this was not ordinary water that could be drawn into a bath. It had some magical effects, because it gave the guy total relaxation, which he so badly lacked in his previous life. After he washed, he was immediately sent to the bathhouse so that he could completely relax. Chin continued to lie in various hot vats and enjoy his life. It's not surprising because there's simply no better place to relax, so Baek-rin's assistants also rested there. After all these procedures, Chin experienced unbearable pain in his head, since his body was not yet accustomed to such loads, or more precisely, to these kinds of questions that Yuhu began to ask him. The assistant suggested that he drink some water and also calm down, because it was at that moment that the guy began to receive very interesting questions that he really needed to answer. Chin didn't know where he was from, his parents, or what city he was from. So to all of Yuhu's questions, he answered that he simply had a very bad headache. Therefore, Juho immediately began to massage him in order to completely calm him down, because if there were really bruises on his head, he would have attributed it all to partial memory loss. There really was no other choice, so the guy had to really pretend that he didn't remember anything, even though it was true, since after his reincarnation, he knows absolutely nothing about his past. Therefore, he asked for a massage and as many similar procedures as possible to relieve stress. After that, Yuhu left him and said that as soon as Chin relaxes, let him call him for a dialogue. Chin immediately rushed into the vats and continued to rest, although he did not like the fact that he was being pestered so much, although this is understandable. This is logical, since the greatest doctor decided to completely cleanse the unfamiliar guy. He looked at his reflection in the water and began to realize that he was a child, a real child. He slowly lowered his body into the water, leaving only his head. He understood that in a past life, he died saving a person. Therefore, we can safely say that he survived by saving others. He understood that he was really very unlucky, because if wolves had come instead of the flying snake, he would already be dead. But now events from a past life surfaced in his memory, as if all this had happened just yesterday. A life in which there was no family, no relatives, no loved one. Chin swam in his vat and realized that life was not very good, but there was no need to complain too much. After all, thanks to his efforts, he could survive calmly and afford basic things. He looked into the sky and didn't understand how he should live here now. After Chin listened to Yuhu's story, he learned that the group was already dead when they were attacked by a gang of bandits. He was informed that they were moving towards Soju. This is exactly the place that was mentioned several times in the book, the main character of which is a sky demon named Harayan. With the help of Soju, he managed to integrate and grow up in an environment where he was constantly insulted. Chin emerged from the water because he understood the obvious fact that now he is the same nameless character who died on the first page. On top of that, he is also an orphan. The irony is that he always tried to help and be the best for everyone at the same time. especially for those who have their own family. So he plunged into the water again to get rid of unnecessary thoughts. Perhaps he dreamed that thanks to this, he would have the opportunity to someday start his own family. Chin was a little sad, because it would be nice to have money for this. But now, in the world of Marim, in which human life is worthless, he must become strong. After that, he left the bathroom, because he understood perfectly well that a lot of difficulties probably awaited him ahead. Chin was very upset, because he understood that if he couldn't even stand up for himself, then what kind of family could we talk about? Therefore, with a sad look, he looked into the mirror in which he saw his reflection. Chin understood that he had neither money nor strength, but he really wanted to know what awaited him in the future. That's why he smiled, because he understood that the profession of a doctor could support him for the rest of his life. After that, he came out and immediately decided to talk about this topic with his assistant, or rather with Baek Rin and Sung's assistant, but who had also already assigned himself to the guy. Juho turned around curiously and looked at the guy. Chin stood in front of him, already dressed, as if he was preparing for training. Therefore, the assistant complimented him, saying that the guy looked very fresh, and also said that they had already prepared hot tea for him. Chin was very surprised by this service. Therefore, he didn't even object and immediately followed Juho. While they were walking, Juho noticed that this guy, unlike other children from military families, had neither a good background nor fighting skills. After that, he opened his eyes and realized that even if the owner treats him well, he does not see anything special in him. Still, after that, he closed his eyes and simply came to terms with it, because by taking the guy as a student, his master would only shorten his already short life. Chin was very surprised, because the assistant's behavior very much reminded him of the times when he was still an intern. Now they have already arrived at the place where they will now spend time. There were already waiters in the room who were preparing to take the little boy's order. Chin thought, after all, the service was top-notch, so there must be some reason why they are so protective of it. In addition, he remembered that in his favorite novel, there was not a single character on whom Baek Rin used the purification skill. Most likely, after using this technique at least once, Baek Rin will have to spend a lot of her internal energy. Chin thought about it, because if he really received cleansing, then it would have a very bad effect on him, because internal energy helps prevent the development of the disease. Perhaps that is why he died in the first volume of the novel, sacrificing himself and saving the life of another, but not everyone can make such a decision. Chin realized that he knew the contents of the book from cover to cover, and he also had the skills of modern medicine, so he wondered, is there really no way to help Baek Rin Ui Sung? Still, he decided to return to his thoughts after eating sweets and drinking tea. He was also well aware that the Magyo people were very resourceful. After all, they were able to send a spy into the organization and poisoned the sweets with a poison that destroys internal energy in order to come and destroy the rest of those who survived the attack. After these words, Chin bit into the cookies and swallowed them very tasty. He immediately felt in a great mood, because you should never neglect sweets. After that, the doors opened with a noticeably audible creak. The waiters were very shocked, as they did not expect this at all. At the entrance stood Baek Rin, who apparently was not alone. People did not understand who it was in the center of this crowd, wearing a bamboo hat. It looks like this girl came here for a reason. She approached Chin and said that she was very grateful to him for saving her, and she also heard that if it weren't for Chin, she would no longer be with them. Therefore, she looked down, expressing her respect, and also said that she was ready to repay him for such a noble deed on behalf of the entire Konsan clan. Her name is Kong Sung Ha-yoon, and it seems she came to see her youngest niece named Gong Seong Young. But Chin just smiled and said that he didn't need any thanks. He was just glad that he could help. She understood that both the head of the Flying Snake organization and Baek Rin had already thanked him. But her family would also not stand aside because they would never forget his act. Chin was embarrassed because he was not used to such thanks, so he said that anyone in his place would have done the same thing. Therefore, he suggested that the girl at least first visit her relative, because this is much more important. She was very surprised by this, because she did not expect this at all. So she turned around and looked at everyone present, and also apologized for her tactlessness. She stood on the threshold and looked at the guy. Immediately after that, she suddenly turned around and ran. The doctor observed the situation and just smiled. Chin also understood very well that Hyun was the only daughter in his family. She is poor at wielding a sword, which has made her a disappointment to the elders who expected their descendant to inherit the Kon Seong family's secret techniques. Kon Sen, whom they had previously met, is her relative on the lateral line. And although Hyun is always used as an example of her younger sister, she still loves her more than anyone in the world. According to the plot, she was supposed to die there that day. After which Hyun, who treated her like family, should have fallen into a violent rage. And after he finds out that all this is a planned trick of their family, he will arrange a real bloodshed. Chin lowered his head and knew that he was the one who could help avoid similar events in the future. According to the flow of the story, the prologue of the first volume is now taking place, when Baek Rin must save Horion from the Celestial Empire. And just in this chapter, one of the most terrible incidents is described. Chin understood that he had to prevent the conspiracy, otherwise he himself might die. At that moment, the head of the organization approached him and said that he had noticed that the guy was already feeling better, so he invited him to discuss everything that had happened earlier. The guy started crying and clutching his head, which surprised everyone present, so they started asking if everything was okay with him. The head of the organization also came closer to him and asked if he had not yet fully recovered from what happened. Chin said that his throat was very sore from drinking tea. The doctor looked at him and just simply smiled. Chin looked back and realized that everyone here was from Marim, so at this rate there was absolutely no way he could avoid interrogation. He lowered his head and continued to say that his throat began to hurt very much from the tea. Baek Ring Ui Sung approached him and asked if the guy would mind if the doctor took his pulse, after which he put his hand on his vein, and he began to carry out this procedure. At this moment, Chin began to feel strange sensations, while he knows little about internal energy. But he already felt something very gentle entering his body. Baek Rin also closed his eyes and focused on the process. After this, he reported that the internal energy was completely dissipated. The head of the organization did not understand what this meant, so she began to ask what he meant. He was furious because he realized that this child had not studied martial arts. Chin just observed the situation and didn't say anything, even though he was very scared. Therefore, Baek Rin entered the conversation and said that the energy appeared thanks to the miracle medicine that was sent by the Gongsong family. In addition, he transferred his purification ability to him with a little technique. Almost all the energy will be removed, after which only a small part will remain. The head of the association was very surprised, because does the doctor really think that a child who has never studied martial arts in his life will be able to accept this technique and absorb the medicine? Baek Rin lowered his head and closed his eyes, because he understood that if others found out about this, many families would immediately send people to his house who would ask him to do the same for their children. So in this way, he repaid the debt to the Flying Snake. He also said that the grandchildren of the head of the association will very soon also begin to practice martial arts. So his interlocutor said that the doctor really has skills from God. After such words, Baek Rin smiled and said that there is no need to praise him so much, as he becomes very embarrassed. He looked at the dishes that were on the table and made a conclusion. It looks like the internal energy may have dissipated due to the Sangon poison. The head, after such words, became very angry, because who dared to give it to a small child? But the doctor interrupted him, because what matters is not who mixed the poison, and the motive itself, that is, for what purpose it was done. Juho watched the situation unfold and did not say a word. The sweets and tea that were served to the guy are also given to warriors of a prestigious class or high rank. So he looked at his interlocutor and said that it looked like someone was planning an attack on them. After these words from Chin, everything became clear. And Baek-rin ordered each of them to immediately get rid of tea and sweets. And it is also unknown when exactly they will be attacked, so it is necessary to arm themselves just in case. The head of the association was very angry, because he understood that this was not the first incident. It is enough just to remember what happened during the attack on their organization in the forest. But now he understood that this time they tried to poison them, which is definitely a conspiracy. So he once again apologized to Baek-rin and said that their guesses were justified. After this, the clan owner had to immediately come to this room on the orders of the head of the association, who was already furious. Baek-rin looked at the guy and asked him if he knew that Yad Sang-on was there. He didn't understand what Baek-rin was talking about, so he explained to him that it was a poison that absorbed internal energy and had no color or smell. Chin understood that there could be such a setup, so he tried all the dishes in small quantities, realizing that at least somewhere he would get caught. Chin also remembered his past life, so he understood that the development of medicine requires sacrifice, because a lot of guinea pigs passed through his hands, in the role of which were the people on whom he trained here. Therefore, he looked at his teacher with a smile, realizing that he definitely could not miss this opportunity to study Sangon. The head of the association, meanwhile, approached the table, and Baek-rin said that it's not all about energy, but that it's actually a poison that has its consequences. Therefore, he looked at this child again, and could not believe that he deliberately ate poisoned sweets. Therefore, he smiled and came closer to him, saying that if everything was really confirmed and examinations proved that it was really poison, then Chin would become the savior of the flying kite, and not him. He is really very sorry that this boy had to endure such hardships, so as soon as this is all over, he will get a good job. After these words, his teacher smiled and hugged the guy tightly. Chin also thought about it, because this is a great chance to make money. A really wide smile appeared on his face, because he understood that now he needed to get as much gold as possible, and martial arts could wait. His eyes lit up because he understood that money is above all else now. Therefore, it does not matter that he woke up alone in the middle of an endless plain. Now he needs to get as much money as possible. Therefore, Chin said that although he does not remember his home and family, he is very happy to be useful to them. These words actually surprised the waiters and the assistant. Needless to say, the head of the association and the doctor were also very shocked. Therefore, the head of the association stood next to the guy and began to stroke his head, telling him not to worry. He assured him that they would definitely not be disappointed in him, and would help in any way they could. After these words, Baek-rin put his hand on the head's shoulder. This also surprised everyone around him because he said that such a thing should not be done. The head remembered that it was on this guy that Baek-rin used purification and was very careful. However, Baek-rin continued to hold his hand on his shoulders and said that he should not do such a thing. He felt funny about this situation, but still he continued to defend his position. Although the head of the association still did not understand what exactly he was being prohibited from doing now. So another day passed in this village. But as night fell, as usually happens, not very good people appeared who had their own views on this situation. Therefore, they quickly began to walk with their feet, without making unnecessary sounds. After which we immediately entered the village and began to look around. The ninjas jumped on the roofs and very quickly explored the area. They had a precise goal set for themselves. Some of them were patrolling on the roof. Others began to run, completing their task. It looked truly terrible, especially if you realize that a group of high-class ninjas were here for a reason. They also understood that it was too quiet here. Had they really added sleeping pills with poison? The main one reported that they were already in position. After which, they began to look out the windows and analyze the situation, preparing for the attack. One ninja took off his mask and decided to get some fresh air without hiding his face. They understood that that child had not yet learned internal energy, so their presence would now be impossible to detect. After that, they looked at each other. The ninja took out their weapons, and they immediately rushed into battle. Absolutely unexpectedly, the head of the organization noticed them, which made them very scared. He started shouting and ordering all his people to destroy the enemies. The ninjas were indeed very frightened by this turn of events. They all began to stop because they did not expect any resistance on their way, because they thought that everything would go very calmly. The villagers were already with torches and were waiting for the ninjas to come to ambush them. Therefore, they prepared to greet them with hatred. The ninja were shocked because they did not understand what was happening, since many villagers were armed and were preparing to fight back. At one point, the ninja looked to the side because he heard a sharp sound. The commander put a sword to his head and made it clear that they had fallen into a trap. Yu was very serious because he did not like it at all when they tried to betray or deceive him. Now there was just such a case, so the ninja was very scared and in a panic began to ask how Yu could guess about this. Yu looked at him and asked if they were really so stupid that they dared to plant poison in the presence of the great doctor. Therefore, he continued to shout at them and ask who sent them. The ninja stood on the roof of the house and realized that it would be really difficult for him to escape now. Therefore, he looked at the commander and said that he did not know that Baek Rinyun Sung was here, but still agreed to also tell everything as it really is. Yu watched him with contempt and great interest, and listened to what he said. After this, the ninja quickly tried to escape, causing the roof to begin to collapse. Yu was shocked, so he needed to stop the enemy to interrogate and destroy. He understood that this was a rather vile act, and not at all a new trick that they had just wanted to catch him with. So he took out his sword and prepared to answer his opponent. Yu swung his Hongwon sword, which belonged to the Chinese tribal god. After which, he began to run towards the ninja to catch him and punish him. His look said it all. He was ready to fight and destroy everyone in his path. The ninja understood that now he had nowhere to run, so he also took out his weapon and waited for the enemy to approach in order to resolve this issue in battle. He was the first to run into the attack, which greatly shocked everyone around because no one expected such an outcome of events. The ninja put all his strength into this attack as he understood that these were possibly the last minutes of his life. Yu was also shocked because the ninja sword was already almost near his head. So he gripped his sword tightly and swung it hard. This made it possible to repel the blow, as a result of which the fight was just beginning to develop. The ninja was not at all ready to die on today's mission, so he tried to give his best. But Yu had his own plans for this, since he despised traitors with all his heart. It would seem, what could go wrong when two people are just fighting on the roof? A few seconds after the start of the fight, a huge explosion occurred, which shocked everyone around. The ninja stood with a sword in his hands and waited for Yu's counterattack. The commander skillfully defended himself and waited for his enemy to continue attacking, so there was a short pause between them to rest. But this did not last long as Yu quickly swung his sword and was ready to destroy the enemy. He was really very angry. No one had ever seen him in such a state before. He began to shout at the enemy as he realized that the ninja had the bloody demon sword in his hands. They are the real traitors from Magyo. The ninja did not answer, but only stood in a more comfortable defensive position. After which his sword glowed red, forming a magical force around him. Yu was shocked because his words were indeed true. After this, the ninja rushed into battle with glowing eyes. His sword really was magical, since there was a certain sensor at the tip of the blade. After such an introduction, a real life and death duel began, since there cannot be two suns in the sky at the same time. The ninja activated the trap that was given to him using the bloody sword. In response to this, Yu immediately activated his superpower called World Order and also rushed into battle. At the sight of their collision, a huge ball of heat and a bright flash formed due to two completely different elements. There is no doubt this is indeed the sword of a bloody demon who is thirsty for blood. It didn't matter to Yu whether these people were from Magyo or from another clan that used these techniques. Now the most important task for him is only one thing to protect everyone possible. He looked at the ninja again and called him a fool, because was he really thinking of catching him by surprise? Yu did not give him the opportunity to rest, but only intensified his attacks. The ninja turned out to be more dexterous at the moment, so he managed to put his sword to the commander's head, saying that he was too slow, so because of this he would die today. But Yu was also not an ordinary person, because he also had already swung his sword and was ready to strike. So now it's all a matter of reaction. After that, the force of the wind, which was formed due to the blow, flew towards the ninja. The ninja was shocked, as he clearly did not expect something like this. At that moment, a real life and death duel took place between them, in which Yu still received a scar on his face. The ninja also managed to grab his hand. Afterwards, Hongwon's sword activated the reclining dragon ascension ability. But it was already too late to do anything for the ninja, since Yu was damn good in this fight. His opponent was shocked that the guy could use such techniques. A second later, the ninja was already completely neutralized and was lying on the roof. Yu took another step and ordered everyone to destroy the opponents. Qin watched the situation unfold from the crack and was very scared, because it seemed like everything had started. But he also noticed that it didn't look like war at all. Yu destroyed every ninja who came across his path and spared absolutely no one. The ninja also fought with the locals, although they did not expect to see any resistance now. Qin only observed what was happening and did not try to get into the battlefield. He looked around again and made sure that he was not in any danger now. Then he closed his doors from the inside. He turned around and went to his room. Qin understood that the guy had not yet regained consciousness. Considering what awaits him in the future, maybe it's better not to wake up. Qin just watched him and realized that this was really very surprising. After all, such a large squad of ninjas was sent here only to destroy a small child. Qin knew they would stop at nothing. The people from the Flying Snake are incredibly strong, so even if they had not found out about the poison, they would still have won this battle. However, they would have to shed a lot more blood. Perhaps this would deal a fatal blow to their organization. If this actually happened, many carriers would rise up and fight to take the lead and seize control of the district. Qin thought about it, because there would be only troubles ahead. He decided to sit on his bed, and a little upset, he began to watch the boy who was sleeping carefree. Suddenly, he began to snore heavily, which surprised Qin. A second later, the guy started screaming. This is very strange, because it was a real brutal cry. Qin thought about waking the guy up, but knew that there was no point in doing so right now, since they had already tried this several times before, and nothing worked. Watching him all the time, Qin could assume that it was not at all a matter of nightmares that the guy was having. Could the main reason be the smell of blood coming from outside? Qin opened the nightstand to see what was in it. He was looking for fragrant herbs. Fortunately, there were a lot of them, and you could choose several options. Chin smiled and was very happy that now he would try to help the guy. He lit a candle, after which I did the same procedure with several more of the same ones. Chin didn't know what exactly these herbs were, but he was absolutely sure that they could block the smell of blood. He understood that he should not anger the deadly star of the sky. This is what they used to call a creature that can control a person's life. And in astrology, it is considered a bad omen. Still, the guy felt a little better and gradually stopped screaming, until I completely calmed down. Chin was very happy because he had just been able to provide his patient with good and qualified care, using the means at hand. Chin smiled because even though the guy is the main character, Chin's abilities should not be underestimated at all, and everyone will have to treat him just as well. After that, he knew he needed to go to bed, but when there was a fight going on outside, that wasn't the best idea. Therefore, he understood that it would be better not to fall asleep that night. Meanwhile, the fight developed and both sides suffered heavy losses. Suddenly, Chin began to hear that it became quiet and the screams were no longer heard, and the smell of blood began to weaken. He decided to go to the door to assess the situation. Therefore, he easily opened the doors so as not to be noticed. The first thing he noticed was the girls, who were calling as many people as possible for help, since there were a lot of wounded. Chin knew it was all over right now. He was glad that he managed to change the course of events, in which initially a lot of people should have died, and now everything is calm. After that, he closed the doors, and he thought about what he should do now. Observe or help? That was his problem. On the one hand, if he stays on the sidelines, then no one will know about his abilities. It will be much safer, because people have already come to him and asked about how he was able to provide first aid to this child. But on the other hand, if he helps, then people who are on the verge of death will be able to survive thanks to him. The question is really very serious, so it would be worth thinking about, because this is also not more important than your own safety. To the locals, his methods of treatment may seem strange and incomprehensible, in case he is considered some kind of evil witch. Therefore, he clenched his hands into a fist and realized that for now he would not help in any way, but would only live and help the flying snake in any way he could. Remembering the past when he tried to save many people, Chin thought very hard. After all, that time they pointed a machine gun at him and shot without remorse, even when he did not pose a threat. He covered the children with his body, although he himself very much wanted to live, and he also did not understand whether that child survived after this or not. He looked at his patient and did not understand why he saved them then. Chin was really upset, because then he could have just abandoned them. He closed his eyes and became seriously sad about his past life, because he did not know the correct answer to his questions. Suddenly, his patient started screaming again, so Chin got out of bed and ran towards him. He did not understand what had happened again, so he tried to examine him as carefully as possible, as he began to suspect that he was not breathing. So Chin fell into a rage and started screaming for the guy to wake up as quickly as possible. But why Harayan could not listen to him? His breathing stopped. Chin began to panic, because he understood that things were really very bad now. Was this really a temporary cessation of breathing? It seemed to him that this process had been going on for more than a minute. So he grabbed him by the body and started shaking him, telling him to come to his senses. Haryun just continued to lie unconscious, not reacting at all. Suddenly he opened his eyes and woke up. He was very scared because he did not expect to see Chin in front of him. Therefore, he suddenly grabbed him by the throat with his hand and began to choke him. Chin was shocked as his patient's strength was truly impressive. He was in a lot of pain and couldn't breathe. But why Harayan didn't care? He wanted to find out from him who sent him. His eyes were full of rage. Chin didn't understand why he behaved this way with him, because he also wished only the best for him. But still, Harayan decided not to give him the opportunity to speak. Therefore, he began to squeeze the guy even harder, saying that he would better ask his corpse for all this information. Chin understood that now he would have to somehow get out if he did not want to die like this. One of the reasons why this guy becomes a sky demon later in the novel is because of the blood of the Death Star of the Sky. To describe it briefly, in the Death Star of the Sky, there is a demonic creature that is capable of destroying people. So the more it destroys, the stronger it becomes. His abilities are indeed very excellent, as even those who study martial arts and have innate talents are not a hindrance to him. In other words, this is a real killer who came straight from the sky. But he also has weaknesses, at least a little later. As stated in the plot, he will fall into the madness of a special star in the sky. But, as the main character, he will be able to subdue him. And in the end, why Harayan will become omnipotent and will be able to gain absolute power. Chin knew that now was really not the best time to think about this. Therefore, he decided to fight, but did not understand where his opponent got so much strength, because he had to somehow try to escape. He looked at the candle that was burning and realized that this was perhaps the only way out of this situation. Chin once again analyzed all the objects that were nearby and realized that there were definitely no other options. At this point, Harayan became even more aggressive and tried to strangle the guy. Therefore, Chin knocked down the candle with his foot and it quickly fell to the ground. She flew very quickly. It looked like no one was going to pick her up. After this, the candle fell to the ground and began to light up. Chin understood that what had happened now was exactly what he wanted, but still it was just a terrifying sight. The flames began to ignite throughout the room. His opponent was shocked because he couldn't believe that it would flare up right here, but it seemed like he didn't mind at all. His pupils became very large. After that, Harayan let the guy go and calmed down. Chin understood that all this was due to the action of fire, so his opponent was no longer so aggressive. It is not surprising because it is truly controlled by the deadly star of the sky. And despite the fact that his patient continued to keep his hand on the guy's neck, he was already squeezing it much weaker than before. Chin also observed the situation taking place and actually tried to get out as there was not enough oxygen. A second later, he managed to pull his hand away from his neck and catch his breath properly, since he had just almost miraculously died. After that, Chin kicked his patient again so that even now he would not even think about approaching him. After that, the guy took another step and finally threw off the hand that was holding and strangling him. Chin was very angry because again he almost died because he wanted to help the patient. Harayan just lay on his bed and turned over on his side. Chin, terrified, was able to jump away from him and take a good breath, because the stress he had just experienced really wasn't worth it. Chin continued to hold on to his throat, which was very painful from such a grip. Tears appeared in his eyes again, because today he miraculously survived and did not die. Maybe he shouldn't help other people after all. Well, it didn't end there, because his patient got out of bed and decided to continue his attack. Haryun's eyes actually became even redder. But was it really out of anger? The thing is that the blood flow accelerates, and therefore the desire to destroy increases much more. Everything happens exactly as described in the novel. Chin understood that now his enemy would attack again, so he needed to prepare. He looked at this inadequate patient and understood that he needed to be calmed down somehow. But first of all, it was Chin himself who needed mental help, who really had to come up with a way to survive and calm the enemy, and this needed to be done as quickly as possible. After all, the enraged Harayan was already flying towards him. At that moment, Chin came up with a truly brilliant idea. he shouted that all the residents of Kanho City are like two sides of a sword. After that, Chin got ready and began to wait for the moment when Orion would approach a sufficient distance. Suddenly, Orion stopped and completely froze. His hand began to shake and could not be controlled. Orion suddenly stopped near the guy's body and was unable to strike, as if he had frozen. He himself was very shocked, so he simply looked at Chin, whom a few seconds earlier he was simply ready to destroy. Chin didn't understand whether he should already rejoice at this outcome of events, or whether there would be more adventures ahead. Orion just froze and did nothing, just looked at the guy. Chin realized that he was now being listened to carefully, so he continued to say that the people of Kanho are like two sides of a sword and will shed blood in any case. But you shouldn't take these words very seriously. Tears appeared on his mother's face and she began to cry. Ryan also cried with her. He promised her that they would live completely differently. His mother was his only family that was taken away from him. Chin was glad that this idea worked for him and everything worked out, because it was not in vain that he read the book and remembered his mother's last words. Chin knew that these words could have exactly this effect on Orion. He just continued to be shocked and stood there in disbelief. After that, Chin put his hand on his shoulder and asked if Orion really thought that if he joined Magyo, he would be safe. Chin asked him to come to his senses, because if he succumbed to this bloody parasite, he would become their real puppet. Orion thought, and tears appeared on his face again. He closed his eyes and was really very upset, because he wanted to cry. After these words, Chin took his hand from his shoulders. Orion decided to talk to him, because he was a little furious, because he didn't understand where the guy got all this information from. Chin just said that right now it's not important at all. So he decided to check with Ryan what he knows about Magyo now. Chin understood that he still knew little, so he took the initiative and offered to share information with him. He walked closer to the end of the bed and got ready. A smile appeared on his face, because he felt like a real prophet, so he said that everyone who wants to join the Magyo clan must absorb the bloody parasite, without exception. Ryan was shocked and grimaced greatly at what he heard. After all, the bloody parasite devours the body from the inside, so within 10 days after absorption, you need to take Hwandin. Otherwise, the parasite will lay eggs in the body, and they will explode. Chin reassured the guy, saying that he really knew a way to get rid of him. But still, at first, he became interested in knowing what Ryan would do in such a situation. He just looked at Chin and asked him to tell him his name. And he was also very scared, since Chin was smiling all the time and completely took control of the situation. So Ryan could only guess where he got so much information. Chin just looked at him and said that now it doesn't matter who he is and where he got all this information from, because he knows his true intentions. Chin looked into the eyes of his interlocutor and tried to pierce the guy with his gaze. Ryan did the same, because now he completely trusted this child. Ryan now began to understand that the Magyo were hunting not only him, but Chin as well. So he decided to ask where he was from. Chin looked at him and asked if he really thought he belonged to one of the 8 great families of Magyo. Although it is often said about the children of these families that they are very good spies. Chin closed his eyes and just thought. He didn't understand whether there was any point in dispelling his false guesses, but still said that he grew up completely alone and without adults, so he didn't know if Ryan could fully understand him. Ryan was shocked by this phrase because it reminded him of himself. Chin took the board and tried to close the front door with it so that no one could come in here. After that, he took another one. And thus he created an artificial lock that closed the doors from the inside. Ryan was still perplexed, because he had so many questions that it was very important for him to get answers to. He didn't understand what Chin was up to now, but he calmed him down and said that, thanks to this method, Ryan would be able to make the right choice much faster. Chin smiled and asked if there was anyone inside. Ryan watched and realized that their room was completely covered in smoke, and the flames were flaring up more and more, and screams could already be heard outside, asking if there were any wounded there and ordering the door to be opened as quickly as possible. The local residents began to really panic very much, since there were two really very important individuals in that room. Chin looked at his new comrade, who was under fire with him. After that, the guy smiled and asked if he was ready to trust him, or would he still prefer to die here? But Ryan only said that he could calmly knock him out here and run away. Chin only smiled faintly after such words. I understood that this was really a real manipulation, because in this case, a mark from the blow would remain on him. And also, if Chin shouted that Ryan was Magyo's spy, then who would they believe more? Ryan understood that he was not in the best position right now. He thought about it, because he remembered that it was this guy who saved and cured him then, although he thought that it was a dream, since he could not regain consciousness. After that, he was noticeably upset, but it turned out that this was a new reality, so he completely trusted the guy, although he understood that he still had some plans in mind. Chin just looked at him and said that this is true, because he still has many plans. But when he saved Ryan, he did not yet know that he was a heavenly demon, but simply noticed that he could be saved. Chin noticed that you were stopping more and more locals were also coming to the scene, who started screaming and ordered the door to be opened to provide first aid. His interlocutor stood in the smoke and clenched his hands into fists. He needed to make a very important decision. After that, he looked the guy in the eyes. Chin did the same. Ryan was really scared, so he bit his lip and panicked. Still, he had to agree with the proposal that Chin made to him, so he decided to trust him. Chin noticed that Ryan had a very angry expression on her face, although he had never killed anyone before. Meanwhile, the doors were almost broken down as people tried to get into that room to give first aid to the victims. The flying snake was forced to hurry because there were 2 children inside. Chin opened the doors and began to cry, running out of the place and begging to be saved. After that, he rushed to Yu and hugged him tightly. He continued to cry and pretend that he was very scared, and Yu only said that he knows how to close doors, but really doesn't know how to open them. Ryan was shocked by what he saw and did not understand what Chin was doing right now. The flying snake continued to run around the house and tried to put out the fire, and they still needed to reconnoiter the situation and check if everything was okay with the other people nearby. They also looked at Ryan and ordered him to be taken to a safe place as well. Chin was very happy with his acting, as this is exactly what he wanted to achieve. After that, he turned and looked at his patient with a smile on his face. The village was in smoke as the fire and ninja attack made their presence felt. The flying snake had to first transport all the seriously wounded, of which there were indeed a lot. People screamed in pain as they had live wounds. One of the commanders waved his hand and asked them all to wait here. There were a lot of bandages on the table, which were intended for drainage of organs. People were shocked, because Chin continued to provide first aid to people and stitched up all the wounded soldiers, which clearly shocked everyone around. They understood that this was the same child who saved Unfyoda. Chin was very focused, because the health of the patients always came first. He quickly ran to the bedside table to take the necessary medications from there, as he was afraid of blood poisoning, since there were no disinfectants. He was not sure whether he would be able to save the patient, but first he needed to somehow get out of this situation. People were really very shocked, because they didn't understand what the guy was doing. Was he really not returning the internal organs to their place? Chin, meanwhile, soaked his rag in alcohol. In this way, he will be able to cleanse the blood inside the stomach and impurities. But this is not at all enough. After this, Chin looked at his patient and was indeed very surprised. After that, he quickly took the rag out of the patient's body, and he threw it on the floor, where there were many more of the same. Chin began to panic, because he didn't know what else could be done. He applied a rag to the wounded man's body to stop the bleeding, but nothing worked. Chin took out his needle and continued to sew up early, but also understood that now he could not be bothered at all by the almighty energy of this world. People were simply shocked by this behavior because they were not at all used to seeing anything like this. But the guy just continued to do his job, skillfully stitching up the wounds on the patient's body. Baek Rein Song also arrived in the village and was informed that as a result of today's attack, 35 people were lying in the wards with minor injuries and 12 with serious injuries. Baek Rin was very surprised. After all, that child was a real salvation, because he really worked all this time, trying to help as many patients as possible. Another of his patients was lying with a very serious injury because his lung was completely punctured. Chin reached into the nightstand and realized that he now needed something similar to a scalpel. He took the knife, which was very large, but he simply had no other options. People were shocked because he took a throwing knife, but how does he plan to use it? Chin turned to them and began to shout at them very loudly. They should help him, and not just stand and watch. The wounded man continued to writhe in pain, so Chin ordered them to do the Chomhyul technique. He knew that Kanho had such a technique, and it was used to immobilize the enemy by striking certain points on the body. He understood that if he stopped the bleeding now, the chance of saving the patient would increase several times. Baek Rin came closer to the guy and decided to ask what he was doing, which scared him very much. Baek Rin started to trust him, so he asked him if he thought it would help. So without further ado, he decided to join in and simply trust the actions of Chin, who slowly began to draw his weapon while ordering everyone else to control the wound. Chin was very scared, because any operation is stressful, even for an experienced surgeon. Baek Rein also began to help the guy and observed the situation taking place, controlling the wound. There was really a lot of blood, because all of it flowed from the punctured lungs. Chin started screaming because he was really stressed. Baek Rin was also shocked, so he asked the guy what he thought about this. Was it really all about the blood? The other doctors asked them to stop for a moment, and Baek Rin called his assistant for help. Yoo-ho quickly ran up to him, but his appearance surprised Chin very much, because he did not understand why he was called here. Yoo-ho waved his hand and used his abilities. Chin was shocked because real magic had begun. Yoo-ho was able to completely control all of the patient's blood using his ability called void-filling matter. Chin was simply shocked, as he had never seen anything like this. It was one of those martial arts techniques that made it possible to move objects by lifting and pulling, as if gluing them together. Ying wasn't sure if it would work, but he didn't believe that he could see something like that with his own eyes. But now was not the time to admire. He continued to hold his hand near the patient's wound and really hoped that it would help. There was both shock and joy in his eyes that they would now save this patient. He took the knife and realized that now his medical skills had become known to everyone. From this, Chin exhaled deeply and realized that now his life had changed. But there was no time to complain too much, so he took a needle and began to stitch up the wounds on his body. Baek Rin was truly shocked, as he had never seen anything like this at the hands of such a small boy. Chin was very focused and did not get distracted. Baek Rin was very happy, because he chose his successor for a reason. A lot of patients were now lying in the ward. They were saved. The head of the organization came into the room to inquire about the situation. The fact is that 2 out of 7 had nothing to help. Also, 2 more died literally a few minutes ago, and everyone else was saved. Eunyu was very happy about this outcome, so he approached Baek-rin and his assistant to thank them for their help. But Baek-rin said that there is no need for gratitude, because he was only present at the end. He did not see everything, and the healing skills of this child are simply incredible, which Eunyu also could not disagree with. The assistant to the head of the organization was shocked by what she saw. Did Chin fall asleep? After all, he was just on his feet. Baek-rin said that a lot happened that night, so he was very tired, so he ordered his assistant to carry the boy to his bed. Yuha did this while Chin continued to sleep on his shoulders. After this day, the entire organization began to talk about Chin Cheon-hee's outstanding healing abilities. The next day, people from the Flying Snake organization began to try to find out as much information as possible from the attackers, but they were very fierce as they tried to talk to them, but they were simply silent. As soon as you turn away, the ninjas immediately try to commit suicide, so all the warriors have completely lost hope of finding out anything. This is strange, because do they really continue to remain silent even after torture? Therefore, now the organization called the masters from the Ha-Ho Gate, who had to cope with this task and get them to talk. The warriors began to communicate with each other and discuss the attack. Most likely, their target was Mrs. Conson, because there is nothing to steal from their organization. Chin got some sleep and realized that being small is very convenient. You can easily crawl through and hide everywhere. Chin took the cookies and started to eat them, and he also heard that Gong Sung-hyun came here. She probably really hated to see that her younger sister was still alive, so she came so as not to arouse suspicion. The warriors also discussed this topic, and although they knew nothing, they still continued to chat, since Hyun loves his little sister very much. But the fact that everyone has such an opinion about her is really scary. They looked at the guy and started discussing him, so he stopped eating and decided to listen to what they were saying about him. One of them said that they found a hand mark on his throat, but everything was fine. He said that the child sleeping next to him had a nightmare. The warriors were shocked, because they didn't understand how they could do this to him. Chin did a lot for their organization. He is also very kind and reasonable, but they didn't understand whether Chin was deliberately covering up that boy's misdeeds. After that, he continued to eat the cookies, as he realized that they were all on his side. Even the head of the organization himself began to look for an ointment to treat Chin Cheon-hee's neck. But Baek-rin-ui-sung was ahead of him, because he was very glad that he could find such a brilliant guy. Chin thought that everyone seemed to have started to think that Gong Sung-han had an evil intent to kill his cousin Gong Seon-young. Chin looked at the door and realized that they knew nothing about her. After all, she is going to give her the place of head of the family. And, moreover, she has probably already started looking for those robbers. After that, Chin saw something that scared him very much. The door was opened by Ryan, who looked at the guy with an angry look. He started yelling at him and said that he kept thinking about where he had gone. Therefore, they needed to leave the organization's territory to go and talk. When they went out into the forest, Ryan decided to ask Jin what he wanted from him. But the guy sat on a stone and said that he didn't need anything. His interlocutor was very surprised, so Chin decided to explain that he saved people who were on the verge of life and death. He was able to detect the poison, after which the organization managed to prepare in advance for the attack, and he also took care of Ryan all the time during battles. After that, he showed him his neck and asked if this was his gratitude. The guy was very outraged, so he offered him a deal. Chin lowered his eyes and said that he had changed his mind, because he couldn't be trusted. Ryan asked if he wanted to hear an apology from him. Chin looked at him and thought, after which he immediately agreed with him and told Ryan to call him Hyun from now on, which translated means older brother or older guy friend, which greatly surprised his interlocutor. He started yelling at him because he didn't understand whether Chin was really asking him to fraternize now. Ryan said that it would indeed be very strange to call him Hyun just because he saved his life. Chin was surprised because what's wrong with this sentence? He is already older. It's not for him to be a younger brother. But Ryan had his own view on this situation, so he invited him to fight. Chin was very indignant because how dare he offer to fight a civilian who doesn't even know martial arts? And also asked why he is so bad and intimidates the weak, who is also his savior. Ryan realized that he had said something stupid, so he waved his hand and tried to stop him. So they both looked up at the sky, and Chin once again told him to call him Hung. This again angered the guy, so he rushed into battle. But Chin said that would anything change? After all, even if he hits him, will Chin become his younger brother after that? Ryan understood that there was really some nonsense going on. Chin turned around and stood sideways to him and, closing his eyes, simply told him that the guy should just say Hi Young. Ryan continued to stand in bewilderment and anger took over him. But still, he understood that he had no other choice. So he closed his eyes and said this phrase quietly. But Chin didn't like it, so he turned to him and started yelling at him to make it a lot louder. So why Ryan lowered his head and also shouted Hyun? Chin still didn't like it, so he asked for it to be made clearer. After that, Ryan began to scream, giving in to his emotions. That's exactly what Chin needed, so he simply smiled. He praised him and said that it would be worth doing this right away, without further ado. A girl who was nearby watched all this. She was clearly very surprised by this turn of events. Therefore, she first approached them and asked what the guys were doing here and how was the baby savior doing. Chin was clearly not happy with such a nickname, so he began to get angry. The girl came closer to them and said that she was collecting flowers for her sister. And since Chin is a doctor, he probably knows what herbs can be good for health, right? Chin said he didn't study them much, but the girl was very persistent and asked to help her. Chin decided to take a closer look at them and was very surprised. Ryan didn't really show any emotion. He didn't care. And the girl was simply delighted with this, because the doctor himself is now helping her. Thus, they became brothers with Ryan and began to drink tea. It was made for them by sisters Hyun and An, who were very happy to treat the guys. And also An is one of those people with whom the more you communicate, the more you become energized. The girl also decided to give the guy a gift and gave him a weapon. He was very shocked when he saw it, so the first thing he asked was what it was. Was it really the Hyuxiang wind blade? It is one of the famous and indestructible blades, and its dark blade does not reflect light, so it is very good to use for secret missions. He held it in his hand and spoke, and said that he definitely couldn't accept it now. The girl was clearly very surprised by this answer, so she looked at the guy and said that it was her gratitude for saving her. But Chin said that this was not at all necessary, because her family had already thanked him for saving her. The thing is that Hyuksung is no longer a match for her abilities as a swordsman, so she was still going to return him to the family, but she would really like Chin to use him. So she looked at him and said that she would really be very pleased if he agreed to accept such a gift. Chin looked at her and agreed, but before that, he asked her to teach him how to control it. They entered the arena, and it was time for real training. The girl concentrated and looked at the guy with a smile. Having said that, now there will be a real technique of the Kansen family. Chin was ready to accept new knowledge, so he also looked at the girl. This is Hyuksung's sword, the swings of which resemble flashes, so the girl began to swing it. In the Kansen family, speed is the most important thing. Everyone must be able to handle weapons skillfully and quickly. Thanks to this principle, the family master named Gongseon Yongyong became omnipotent. Families with refined sword speed usually take the elements of water or wind as their basis. Her sword movements are truly mesmerizing. The girl clearly does not feel any fatigue, which is very surprising. She is clearly a young and very gifted genius. After that, she stopped and just watched for a while as the marks from her sword scattered in the wind. The Kansan family swordsmen inflict maximum damage on the enemy with minimal effort. Chin was very surprised when he learned this. The girl has now entered a state of complete self-forgetfulness. The principle of the Kansan clan's sword techniques is the extreme or limit of counterattack, and the smoothness of its movements is like a pine tree swaying in the wind. At these moments, the sword cuts through the air with a clear movement of the hands, and the speed strives for maximum. This is the moment of real comprehension. The sword itself and its proper control are truly fascinating. In fact, it is impossible to take your eyes off the technology, because in real life it looks much more beautiful and feels completely different. After this ritual, the girl stopped and exhaled, completely calming down. Her sister came to watch and smiled, because this was truly a great happiness for their family. And she also praised her sister and congratulated her on reaching the peak of her skill. She was very pleased to hear this, because she tried very hard. The guys also congratulated her on such an event and said that other family members should be informed about such a significant event as soon as possible. They were very happy, so they sincerely congratulated her for several minutes on becoming a true sword master. This made her really very embarrassed and said that it was all thanks to Jin Chon-hee, whose advice helped her reach this level. They all turned their gaze to the guy, who was clearly shocked by this outcome of events. Jin said that all this is not true, and in fact he is in great debt to them for the wind blade or the Heeksong sword. The sisters laughed at this, because they understood that such a gift in comparison with his help in mastering the Kansan sword technique was nothing. Suddenly the smile on her face disappeared, after which she closed her eyes, which greatly frightened her sister. Then she began to fall completely, scaring everyone around her. The sister immediately ordered that she be picked up as soon as possible, although she still decided to do it herself. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. Chin also watched what was happening and realized that it was not an ordinary sword, but a sword of self-forgetfulness, and it seems that she had to spend all her strength to comprehend this technique, although her endurance is much higher than that of an ordinary warrior. But you still need to understand that everyone has their own limit. That's why I hugged my sister tightly and tried to help somehow. She continued to stand exhausted and with her eyes closed. Chin was also shocked, as he clearly did not expect to see anything like this. He watched the Kansung family carry their sister out of the ring, so while they are busy restoring on strength, he should go and look for Harayan, who is already lost somewhere. He went to the market in the transport escort area, where there were really a lot of people. Lately, the escort elders have begun to get nervous at the sight of Harayan, who often has nothing to pay. So Chin took the sausage sticks and said that since Hyun bought them for him, then Harayan should eat them all. Chin also popped a portion into his mouth and enjoyed the food while his companion was clearly angry at the name. Chin decided to explain to him that there was nothing wrong with this, especially since they agreed that he would call him Han. Moreover, what he did now is truly the act of an older brother. Chin realized that he was really naive. After that, Harayan agreed with him and began to eat his portion. Chin, like a real child, also saw delicious sweets that he wanted to try, so he asked him to wait until he bought them too. Harayan observed the situation and waited for Jin to get them some more food. Suddenly he was very surprised and wary. Behind him stood a huge man who was clearly very hostile. Chin, after he bought the sweets, was clearly no less surprised. After all, there were two grown men standing in front of him. Chin understood that he had only been away for 1 minute, and a conflict had already occurred in front of him. Chin also heard one of the men telling his comrade that arguing with a child was already absurd, but he was surprised by what happened next. The enraged man swung his hand and flew into battle, trying to hit the guy. But he only stepped aside with a calm look and stuck out his knee. After this, Harayan became completely angry and looked at his opponent. He didn't want to fight, but still he had no other choice now, since he needed to defend himself. So he decided to catch him in his mistake and strike. His opponent was shocked by this outcome of events, because he thought that everything would go completely differently. This angered him even more, so he began to insult the guy and became even more determined to fight. He swung and made another blow. Ryan looked at him with his gaze and understood that now he needed to teach the offender a lesson. So he hit him at the feet with great force, which made his opponent fall to the ground and look at Ryan with confusion. After that, fear appeared in his eyes because the guy did not plan to stop at such a blow. Therefore, his eyes lit up, and the already enraged Ryan rushed into battle to finish off his opponent. He started screaming in pain and fear. After that, the guy picked him up and threw him onto the nearest stones that were there, delivering a good and accurate blow. Thanks to his martial arts skills, the opponents who surrounded him from behind were also unconscious. All the people who were watching this situation were shocked, because they could not believe what Ryan had just done. It was truly incredible, because a small child alone was able to destroy 3 bandits. They were very happy, because they constantly gave everyone a nightmare here, so now everyone will be much calmer. Chin just smiled and told everyone that this was his brother, and also understood that this was a gang of bandits, so there would definitely not be any problems. He walked closer to Ryan and offered him some sweets to eat, but he was still furious. His eyes were burning, so he turned his gaze to the guy. Chin was very scared, because he didn't expect him to continue to be like this, and he also could not at all imagine what Ryan was preparing to do next. Ryan decided not to stop and continued his attack on the bandits who threatened him. He did not feel sorry for any of them, because it was important for him to take revenge on them for the damage they had done, so he clenched his fist tightly and continued to fight with hatred. His eyes were burning. He was ready to destroy his opponent here and now. Ryan understood that if he did not stand up for himself now, then no one would be able to do so. All the other people at the bazaar were simply shocked by this, because the guy really surprised them. They did not think that he would finish off his opponents. Chin also started screaming and was no less shocked, so he tried to calm the guy down with his scream. From this, Ryan calmed down a little and exhaled. But still, after that, he still grabbed his opponent by the jacket and swung his fist at him. His hand stopped just a few centimeters in front of his head. After that, he began to howl like a real wolf. And he looked towards Chin, who was screaming and trying to calm his brother down. He quickly ran to him with sweets, although he himself forgot about his true nature. The passion for battle and the effect of the blood of the deadly sky star was like a breath of fresh air for Ryan. He came closer to him and invited him to eat the very sweets that he had prepared, after which he said that they already needed to go. Ryan refused them and said that he was not done with them yet, because one of the opponents used martial arts to bully the weak, so he deserves to die. Chin looked at him, but didn't know how to answer correctly, because it would be quite nice to calm this madman down. Therefore, Chin looked at him again and said that he needed to stop doing this, because it was better to eat the sweets, since they were already starting to separate. Very soon there will be nothing left of them. So Ryan quickly ran and bit them hard like a hungry dog. Chin was very surprised by this, because this is how his human instinct manifested itself. To escape the influence of the deadly star of the sky, Ryan needs to do only one thing: provoke a completely different urge to action. Chin understood that now he was very lucky that Harayun was still a child and fell for sweets. His hand was very painful because the guy attacked it, but he also looked at Harayun and said that he should not return to Flying Snake with a bloody face. This is necessary if he wants to get along in society, but he was shocked, because he didn't even know what it was. Chin himself thought about it, because what is the point of the heavenly demon worrying about public life and understanding something there, if he can just beat up someone who bothers him? So Chin just took the guy by the jacket and tried to dry it as much as possible, although just the thought of this makes his hands begin to tremble. Suddenly, Chin was very scared because a familiar voice decided to call them for help, which they clearly did not expect. It was the head of the escort, Unfiodu, and his younger brother, who rushed to the market as soon as they heard about the situation. So Chin said that everything was fine, and they decided to just unwind a little. He also looked at the child and decided to find out whose he was. This was the son of the younger brother of the leader of the organization, who was already born and managed to grow up while he was away. Although this is far from uncommon among them now. He was named Xion-hee, and the younger brother decided to show the child his savior. This surprised Chin very much, because was the child really named after him? The child also began to wave his arms and was very happy. His father was also happy because he was able to recognize the savior of his father. So he handed it over to Chin, who didn't mind holding it at all. He was happy, as if he were a real child, even though he was one himself, and the baby was already quite strong, and would probably start walking soon. Chin was very happy about his profession, and the fact that he could help people. The child was completely healthy, and his father continued to be cheerful and happy. And all this is the merit of Chin, who was not afraid and saved his life. So the leader's brother came up to him and bowed his head, saying that thanks to Chin, that trip ended well for him, so now he is resigning. The thing is that his brother has long been planning to make him the new head of the escort, but he has something to regret, so that trip was truly his last. Chin smiled and was very happy with this decision. The guy also said that Chin saved his life, so now he must dedicate it to others, and he is also grateful to him for being able to be with his wife and child. Chong-hee, meanwhile, continued to enjoy life and waved his arms, as everything was interesting to him. Ryan also looked at the baby and was happy, because for him it was something new and unusual. He took his hand and began to hold it as if it were something valuable and sacred. Chin was also surprised that Orion didn't turn away, and didn't mind at all that the kid took his finger. Orion was very calm, which was probably never the case before. After this, the leaders of the organization decided to leave the guys and go back to the village. The kid just waved back as he wanted to play a little more. Chin also didn't mind and almost cried after they parted. Ryan was also upset. He wanted to spend at least a little more time with the boy. After that, they decided to go further for a walk in the mountains. Ryan said that Jin really deserves to be called Haiyun, which surprised him. He couldn't believe his ears, but Orion continued, saying that all warriors do is kill. And he always thought that it was enough to just deal with bad people. And the sword of life was just a nice phrase that covered murder. He looked at Chin and said that he saved both him and that uncle, and also saved the lives of the Konsen family warrior, and other people of the Flying Snake organization. Chin actually continued to listen to him with particular interest. Ryan understood that perhaps he would continue to destroy his opponents further, since he couldn't do anything else, and also the death of others really made him feel alive. So he exhaled and said that Chin was truly better than him, and deserved to be a big brother. After these words, he smiled and looked at his new brother. Chin was very happy and started laughing, so he asked Orion to repeat this phrase even louder, praising him for such a decision. Ha-Ryun is a heavenly demon, the predecessor of Magyo, who was able to reach such ranks, but did not get the opportunity to live a normal life and experience the delights of simple happiness. They sat together on the rocks and simply began to observe nature, because Chin understood that his brother was really humiliating himself when he called him a murderer. But Horion himself considered such a life cool. Chin was excited, so he asked if he was planning to go to Magyo soon. Horion also thought about it and didn't know how to answer correctly. Still, he exhaled and said that he would go as soon as the next transport appeared. But Chin tried to convince him, because the road would indeed be difficult. Horion looked at him and said that he really had nowhere else to go. Therefore, he was also a little surprised that Chin did not ask him at all why he was so clinging to this Magyo. Did he really already know something? Chin looked at him and really didn't know what to say, because the whole decision will be ultimately his. So Horion definitely has some reason for going to that place. Horion looked at his Hein with suspicion, after which he asked him to share what he was hiding from him. Chin looked at him and realized that he could always tell. But he closed his eyes and understood that his brother would consider him crazy. So he hugged him and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that some other time he would definitely share everything. But for now, he would tell him about what he really wanted to know today, how to get rid of the bloody parasite. Horion listened carefully because it was really very important to do this before he left the guy. Already in the evening, he stood with other people who were going to Magyo. Horion turned his head and looked towards his brother, bidding him farewell and preparing to leave. The guy just smiled and waved back, realizing that he had done everything in his power. Chin was really very proud of himself, because everything else was now in the hands of the main character of this novel, who had now become his brother. After they said goodbye and his brother left the field of view, Chin was a little upset because after all, he did not want to part with Horion. He looked down and realized that now he had nothing to do without him. Therefore, Chin went to the mountains and decided to find the answer to this question there. Because all this time there was a struggle for life. But now it feels like he has lost its meaning. He closed his eyes and thought about the meaning of his life, until he was disturbed by a familiar voice, which brought the guy out of this state and made him turn his head. It was Baek Rin Yui Sung, who approached the guy with a smile, and was glad that he could find him here. But now he arrived here for a reason, so he told the guy that they needed to talk very seriously. These words scared Chin, because he was clearly not ready for this. He couldn't believe his ears. Did Baek Rin really want to make him his student? Baek Rin thought all this time that this was already obvious. Therefore, I decided to pour the guy some tea from medicinal herbs. But Chin was very surprised because the novel said absolutely nothing about the students. Baek Rin was also a little surprised by this answer, so he thought that the guy was refusing his offer. But Chin apologized and said that it was indeed a great honor for him, although very unexpected, to receive such an offer. Baek Rin calmed down after these words and closed his eyes. He was very happy, so he said that he would teach the guy everything he knew. Chin was very surprised because there was no doubt in his answer. It looks like he really isn't joking. Baek Rin understood that something was wrong here, so he told the guy about his suspicions, because he sees that he seems to still have doubts. Chin also understood that Baek Rin had a serious 9th yin intermittent pulse disease, so on the one hand he was very lucky to become his student. But, on the other hand, Baek Rin would die soon. Chin started drinking tea and realized that he had no children, so all his achievements and property would probably go to him. And this was not an ordinary disease at all, but was there really no way to cure him? He squeezed his hand tightly around the mug and asked Baek Rin to promise just one thing. Hold on to your life no matter what the cost, which surprised Baek Rin. Chin said that he knows everything about his disease, more precisely about the peculiarities of his body. However, He thinks that there is still a way that can heal him. Therefore, you need to act right now and not waste time. Which greatly surprised Chin, because he clearly did not expect to see this. His eyes were full of surprise and fear. It was the aura of evil that Yuho, who was behind his leader, began to emit. Baek-rin also didn't understand why he was so angry. Is there really any reason for this? This was very frightening, because it was impossible to look at this. Well, Chin just didn't understand. Wasn't Yuho a minor character who was mentioned at most several times in the first volume of the novel? But Baek-rin ordered him to calm down and stop immediately, which he immediately did. Chin continued to sit at the table and was perplexed and delighted with what was happening. Emotions overwhelmed him. Yuho closed his eyes and looked down. It was clearly visible that he was dissatisfied with something. Chin also looked at him and realized that he was very lucky now. But it was still very important to find out the true reason for such actions on his part. And here she is, because Yuho also could not restrain himself and began to scream, accusing the guy of communicating with Baek-rin in a completely inappropriate manner. Baek-rin was upset by this, because he himself knows how painful it is for a patient with the last stage of cancer to hear that there may be a cure and a chance to cure his disease. Juho also understood everything and continued to listen to them carefully. Hope is indeed much more cruel than despair, because it makes a person cry and feel helpless, where he will then die in suffering. But at the same time, what's so bad about it? Chin didn't understand what he did wrong. Isn't telling the truth the doctor's direct responsibility? Life is a chance that you cannot refuse and give up. Baek-rin drank his tea and said that he was neither going to take treatment nor give up. He is ready to die a peaceful death after being able to pass on his knowledge. Chin got angry at this, so he told him that there really was a chance to save Baek-rin, and this was not a joke at all. Baek-rin didn't want to listen to him, so he asked the guy to stop so as not to repeat this absurdity again. Chin was upset, and the doctor made another remark to him, because this is really an unfortunate topic for ridicule. Baek-rin stood up and looked at Jin, who at first seemed nice and polite to him, and also received love from everyone around him for this. However, he understood that now a completely different person was standing in front of him, so it was very important for him to find out his true appearance. He put his hand on the table and thought, after which he closed his eyes and said that he was ready to listen to the guy, but under certain conditions. If in the end it turns out that Chin was simply mocking him, then Baek-rin will take back his offer to become his student, and they will never see each other again. Chin was very surprised by this, because throughout his entire life, he was completely accustomed to mistrust, so he agreed. After that, he left Baek-rin Sung's building and went for a walk along the street. He thought about it and tried to figure out how he could help him. His brain was filled with only one thought. How can he really help the doctor and also not lose his trust? The dialogue continued in the house, during which Yuho asked Baek-rin what he plans to do. The doctor also understood that death from this disease would definitely not be easy. He thought about it, because he definitely wouldn't be able to die peacefully, so he would fight this disease with all his might, and until the very end. He remembered the words of Chin, who told him that they are creatures that are doomed to lose in the end. So such a moment will definitely come, but isn't it worth at least trying to win? Baek-rin was shocked by such words, especially after the guy told him that he would not allow him to give up under any circumstances. Juho was also very shocked by this. Chin spoke very confidently and loudly, asking Baek-rin if he was really ready to fight for his life. This question haunted him for a long time, but he could not answer it. No matter how perfectly he treated people, the Marine warriors still continued to hurt themselves out of valor, love, and malice. So Baek-rin felt like they were like moths flying straight to their death. He understood that even if he cured them, What would happen to them later? What was the point? These and similar thoughts could not get out of his head. He was completely shocked. His long-standing demon of the heart easily got out, after which his soul somehow felt very light and empty. Yuho looked at the upset Baek-rin and asked, since when was he so fascinated by him? He just lowered his head and admitted that he liked him at first sight. And now he likes Chin even more. So he is definitely ready to make him his student, and also perhaps learn something himself. After that, he wouldn't mind switching roles when the child surpasses him. Yuho lowered his head and asked if Baek-rin really believed that he could be cured. Of course, there were no guarantees, but there's always a chance of salvation. So it would be stupid not to take advantage of it. And isn't it surprising that the thought that treatment exists never crossed his mind? Baek-rin smiled and said that it would take a lot more time, and it would be difficult, but it was very good, because thanks to this, he would be able to live much longer. Juho clearly understood everything and was ready to accept any position of his leader. But still, he decided to express his opinion, because he really didn't like this guy who had the audacity to claim that he wouldn't let him die in peace. Had Baek-rin ever met such tactless people? He began to scream and succumb to emotions, because it was really unpleasant for him. Because if Chin had spoken in such a manner with someone from a noble family, his head would have flown off his shoulders a long time ago. Baek-rin smiled and said that everything requires willpower, which is a really strong quality for someone who will become his student. If Chin had not been who he is, he might not have shown interest in him, but still Yuho was upset, since he was not at all convinced. A little later, Baek-rin went outside and went with Chin to the lake to continue their dialogue. He looked at the guy and asked again if he really claimed that he would not let him die in peace. Chin just looked at Baek-rin and said that this was indeed the case. So Baek-rin decided to ask him for a small promise, because being a student is really not easy. Chin said that he already knew everything and understood that he had a lot to learn. But Baek-rin interrupted him and said that the guy would not just study. After which he looked at the water and thought. Baek-rin squeezed his hand and began to light a fire inside his hand, which surprised the guy. Chin watched how real magic was formed. It was very surprising for him to see something like that, because he was clearly not ready for this. The outbreak continued to grow larger, and then the doctor pointed it up and sharply to the side. Chin was shocked by this outcome of events. After all, the flash flew into the rock with enormous force, trying to pierce through it. He always thought that Baek-rin only knew how to heal and did not at all expect that he was capable of anything like that. A finger flash is indeed very difficult to make, because it is not as powerful as a spear or a knife, but it is still very incredible. After that, Baek-rin turned to him and said that Jin should be strong enough, first of all, for his sake. It must also be accurate enough to apply such skills in medicine. Chin did not answer anything, but only watched this fascinating spectacle, which was truly surprising. Baek-rin made another similar flash strike, which was even more accurate. As a result, he made an even larger hole in the wall, which was formed by the first blow. The impact radius became much larger, as they even managed to punch a hole in the huge tree opposite. Baek-rin was a real master and skillfully used this skill, which was much more effective than classical shooting, because all the energy was concentrated in one finger, and this is not all of his strength. Baek-rin looked at his student and informed him that the classes would be very different from those in military families, so Chin would inherit his and the Jigal family's endeavors. Chin was very pleasantly surprised by this. Therefore, he said that everything was clear to him and he was completely ready to try and give his best on the way to his top, so a smile appeared on his face, and, like a sponge, he was ready to absorb new knowledge on his way. But Baek-rin decided to also say that there is something else Chin should know. He didn't understand what he was talking about right now, so he became wary. Baek-rin really wanted the guy to promise that he would not let him go to the next world just like that. But on the contrary, he would force him to fight. Chin also saw the experiences of his teacher, who hoped that he would be cured. So he shouted and said that he was making his promise to do everything in his power. Baek-rin was pleasantly surprised after hearing this from the little boy's lips. Therefore, he asked him to bow exactly 9 times to confirm his intentions, and as a rite of oath. In the village, the sisters decided to say goodbye to him, since Chin was already planning to leave soon. But for now, he stayed here while Baek-rin carried out his tasks. Chin looked at them and said that as soon as they finished, they would leave right away. The girl was a little upset, because it was he who became Baek-rin Yoon-sung's first student, and took her place. Chin also addressed the girls and said that he was very glad that they felt better and could now walk in peace. This is all thanks to the sincere care of Chin, who was watching her, and they were also very interested in what was happening behind the guy's back. Chin just smiled, because he was a little embarrassed that the head of the organization gave him so many things and was upset by his departure. The sisters thought about it, because Baek-rin Yui's son is wanted right now by all the warriors, and he doesn't have long to live. So he decided to pass on all his valuable knowledge to Chin Cheon-chi. They looked at him and realized that he could become the next Baek-rin Yui-sung. While he is small, you need to treat him very well, because when he grows up and all the families turn to him, it may be too late. So they decided that they need to become friends while they still really have time. So they decided to contact the guy and tell him that they also had a gift for him, which shocked him greatly. They handed him a huge box, which began to glow and was apparently very expensive. Chin was very surprised, so he told Hyun that she could address him as a friend, without unnecessary officialdom, so she was happy and handed him this chest even closer. He was shocked, because it really looked very expensive, but the girl said that it was just Sean Song-dan and nothing special. After Chin took it, he was clearly very surprised by what he saw, because this Seong-seondan was created from a 1,000-year-old pine tree. It was very special, because it is used to treat internal wounds by direct descendants of the Khan Sun family, and there are only a few such chests left in the world. The girls smiled and decided to pat him on the head, since Chin was clearly very excited, so they told him to eat the contents of this chest as time permits. But first, he should definitely show it to his teacher. Chin bowed his head and said that he was really very happy about this gift. Hyun smiled and didn't understand. Couldn't a guy refuse her for once? Chin rejoiced at such a gift, like a real child, because he understood the full value of this gift. The next morning, the entire village came to say goodbye to Chin and send him off on an amazing journey. Chin looked at the girls and thanked them for the gift, saying that he would definitely use it when the right time came. But they didn't even doubt it. They just asked again that the guy be sure to show it to Baek-rin before he eats. A smile appeared on his face because Hyun told him that the guy should also remember to use his new blade. After that, she hugged him tightly and thanked him for everything he had done for her, and Chin only continued to hug her tightly in response, and could not congratulate the girl on becoming a master, since he was deeply worried and emotional. Juho also stood in line, along with other team members who saw off the guy. The head of the organization thanked Yuho and Baek-rin for their kindness and the said help they provided. Baek-rin also bowed his head as a sign of respect, and thanked him for the fact that fate brought them together at the right time. After that, they all got into the carriage and prepared to leave. A few minutes later, the carriage had already left the village. Chin climbed out of the window and continued to wave to his new friends from the organization, as he also had a hard time saying goodbye to them. The head of the organization looked in his direction and was very glad that everything was turning out this way, because a phoenix should really grow under the wing of a similar phoenix. Chin was very happy because this village really taught and gave him a lot. Hyun also admired him and waved back, seeing the guy off. His motorcade has already gone far enough, and very soon it will completely disappear over the horizon and disappear from sight. A few months later, in the Baek Rin Medicine Palace, which was located near the Flying Snake Organization division. In the area of the extinct volcano, Chin rose, carrying very heavy canisters of water, thus conducting his training. They were very full and large, and Baek Rin, who was still his teacher, constantly assured the guy that it was still very early for him to start studying martial arts. First, you need to strengthen external energy and complexes of health-improving and therapeutic exercises, repeating which Chin will be able to increase his internal energy. Proper breathing and gait are also very important. Therefore, the guy walked along this route every day, climbing the steps with enormous weight. It was already very difficult for him, and he was irritated by absolutely everything around him. Because in order to start studying martial arts, he must stand firmly on his feet and become one with the earth. Baek Rin constantly talked with Chin, telling him that internal energy is a very strong trait of the Chagall clan, but external and physical strength is already their weakness. Therefore, Baek Rin looked at the guy and said that in his family, everyone arrogantly believed that external energy against the backdrop of strong internal energy was unimportant, but this was not at all true. So he glanced at Chin, who was visibly shocked, and informed him that from now on, he would train him in a completely different way. Therefore, he ordered him to go further and said that from now on, Chin will become like a vessel that is strong enough and large enough that no one can break. It was very difficult for him, so when he reached the top again, he was already very upset from such training because it took a lot of strength. Baek Rin approached the lying guy and said that only by knowing the internal energy could he really be filled. Chin stood up and looked at him, not believing his eyes, because he could not believe that Baek Rin was seriously giving him such training every day. Therefore, Rin showed him 4 fingers, saying that from tomorrow he will carry 4 containers for storing and scooping up water. The guy was very angry and shocked by this, because he didn't understand why he was undergoing such difficult trials. Baek Rin smiled and looked at Chin, who already hated this world, and also did not understand how Baek Rin could look at him with her angelic smile without a drop of mercy. Several months have passed since they arrived here, and nothing has really changed. Baek Rin then looked at Chin and said that this is where they will live. People called this place Baek Rin Medicine Palace because of its enormous size. Chin was shocked, because in the novel Baek Rin was undergoing treatment in a mountainous area. And he understood that now this is exactly the place and he will study here. But why is this castle so huge? Is it really because so many patients come to it? Baek Rin himself understood the scale of his palace, so he said that everything was exactly like that. And although he did not accept students, this place itself is quite famous. When they arrived, Yoo-hoo bowed his head as a sign of respect, and Baek Rin invited the guy into the room to quickly unpack all his things. Chin looked at every detail in the palace, because everything here was really quite old-fashioned. The Flying Snake's premises were quite empty and abandoned, but his new place of residence was very cozy. A lot of carrier pigeons arrived, so the assistants asked Juho if he had already dealt with the letters. Chin was surprised, because what kind of carrier pigeons are we talking about now? He could not believe that they really existed, because they were constantly mentioned in the novel, but he had never seen them live, since they were specially trained birds that were engaged in sending letters and parcels. The assistant handed all these letters to Yuho, saying that the letters from Saramon and Shangmyeon arrived at the same time. It seems that both heirs were injured as a result of the fight. Yuho took the letter in his hands and told Baek Rin that Saramon and Shangmyeon did not get along with each other, so he asked him for advice in resolving this issue. Baek Rin and Jin were a little shocked, so they decided to find out more information from the letter. Yoo-hoo turned and said that they all want to be treated by Baek-rin. Approve? He was a little surprised, so he decided to pick up the letter himself to study it properly, where it was reported that the young Prince Suraman had a simple sword wound and would soon recover. But Princess Changyeon has a much more serious problem, since Suraman used his family's personal fighting technique in the duel. So, fortunately, the local healer can easily cope with Prince Suraman's injury. Chin was shocked at how Baek-rin made his conclusion so easily, because he had never seen this before. Baek-rin turned to Yoo-hoo and said that it would be much better if they sent a letter back so that he would be on bed rest. He also said that Joo-ho wrote out prescriptions for stab wounds and internal wounds. The composition of their medications is quite simple, so they can easily find everything they need in local pharmacies. Joo-ho took all the letters in his hands and only asked who should send it first. Baek-rin thought, because Princess Changyeon's condition is moderate, despite the victory, her injuries are much more serious, so the Changyeon house will be angry with them if they do not send them a letter first. Chin was very shocked by what he saw, because he couldn't even believe that Baek-rin knew so much. Yoo-hoo bent down as a sign of respect and said that they would do everything as Baek-rin ordered, after which he took his student and said that, in that case, they would also go. People sent out pigeons very quickly, which was a very fascinating sight, especially if you were seeing it for the first time. Chin understood that all this was very surprising, because Baek-rin is a very talented doctor, and it is not for nothing that he is one of the medical palaces of 3 generations of the Celestial Empire. People live, which means they continue to get sick and injure themselves, but for the Mariam warriors who fight every day, this happens much more often. Baek-rin told the guy that they constantly need an infirmary and doctors. This is why the exchange of information between local hospitals is really so important. Chin was shocked when they entered the room, because now it would belong to him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even though she looks really cool, she is still very minimalistic. So Baek-rin told the guy to come by and position himself there properly. Chin understood that there were no dishes or decorations here. He was surprised because the room was really very modest and cozy. After which, Baek-rin came closer to him and said that the infirmaries exchange various knowledge and information among themselves. But this does not apply to healing skills. As they say in martial arts, you should never pass on skill or technique to a talented but characterless person, which is why he told Chin that this is what he trains for, to become the right person. Therefore, a long time ago, an organization of healers appeared, which is similar to the Miriam Union, only with a different name. Meanwhile, the kettle boiled, but no one paid attention to it. And Baek-rin informed the guy that this is now called the Union of Doctors. Chin was truly surprised by such admiration as he looked at his teacher. He, in turn, did not stop and said that several clans were subordinate to the Palace of Doctors. There are also doctors' offices, each of which exchanges information through the Palace of Doctors. Chin was a lot embarrassed by this, because he already knew all this, but could not tell him about it. If there is a war among the alliances, then the Doctor's Palace gathers everyone as doctors. Chin did not even think about this during the last conversation. Chin looked at Baek-rin and inattentively listened to everything he said, after which Baek-rin also added that there is a department in which medical research is carried out, but the guy was really very bored listening to all this. Therefore, he began to look at the room and thought where it would be better for him to put the heater, and he would also have to come up with something with this window, because it should be kept open all the time so that carbon monoxide does not accumulate. While Baek-rin talked about the importance of district hospitals and other things, Chin was only a little upset, because he did not understand how he could live here in winter. The teacher was very happy because he saw that the guy was listening to him, but all his thoughts were only about the comfort in his room. Chin lowered his gaze and thought that it would really be very difficult to install a heated floor. So for now, he decided to make do with a simple stove. Baek-rin looked into his thoughtful eyes and enjoyed. But the guy didn't listen to him at all, because he also needed a large window and a temperature regulator for ventilation. After that, Baek-rin shouted, saying that the guy wasn't listening to him at all, which made Jin very scared. Therefore, he decided to act very quickly, saying that he really thought very hard and would like to apologize to the teacher for this. Baek-rin forgave him, but asked him to tell him what Jin was thinking about right now. The guy thought for a long time whether he should answer this question, or is it better to lie? But still, he made up his mind and told Baek-rin that he was his patient now. So he stood up and said that he was thinking about creating a good environment that would help in the treatment of his intermittent pulse. Because due to cancer, he often gets cold and his blood pressure fluctuates a lot, doesn't it? Baek-rin really thought about it and said that everything is correct. Therefore, Chin took the entire initiative into his own hands and continued, saying that in fact, the heat from his body leaves, and the body cools down. So if you replenish the heat that the body lacks, you can easily mitigate the complications. This made him think about it and began to look for answers to this question. He looked at the kettle, which no one had turned off for a long time, and his teacher also said that he remembered their previous conversation on this topic. So he also believed that this point of view was very unusual. So he asked Chin what solution he considered the most optimal. Chin began waving his hands and said that first of all, this room needs to be equipped. As for now, the doctor's symptoms are only getting worse in it. He was very shocked to hear this information. So he even opened his mouth in surprise for the first time in his life. So he looked at his student and asked what kind of room he needed. Chin understood that doctors are indeed very sensitive to their environment, so they always pay attention to hygiene, because one of the main causes of illness is reinfection. Chin understood that in the modern world, everyone knows about this, but here no one knows about this information yet. He stepped away from his chair and suggested that for a while we forget completely about medicine and think about architecture, because now this is a designer's room, not a doctor's, but it is very important not to forget and maintain a balance. Baek-rin also thought about it, because this room is very cold, and there is not enough stove here at all. So he asked the guy if it is worth putting even more of them here. This can be very life-threatening, although Baek-rin doesn't know exactly why, but based on his observations, all these symptoms are very similar to drowning. Chin waved his hands and said that it was indeed so, but the only reason for this drowning effect was completely different. The culprit is carbon monoxide, which the doctor has never heard of before. Therefore, Chin explained to him that we need oxygen to breathe, but the air also contains other gases. So when the temperature rises, the activity of carbon increases. And with a lack of oxygen, carbon monoxide is formed. So if you breathe it for a long time, inevitable changes will occur. Baek-rin interrupted him and said that now everything is clear to him, because a person begins to drown, but he dies not because of water, but because of air. Chin was shocked that he was interrupted. Baek-rin himself took the teapot in his hands, but Chin continued to be in a state of shock. He really considered his teacher to be a real genius. After all, only a genius can make assumptions so quickly without having any basic knowledge on the topic. After this, Baek-rin asked Jin how he knew all this, which scared and shocked him even more. Baek-rin decided not to wait for an answer to his question, and said himself that their family had been collecting various knowledge for a long time. But this is the first time he has heard about what Chin said. After that, he poured tea into a mug and Chin said that this information was secret. Baek-rin was very surprised by this answer. So he decided to clarify whether the guy really hides this information even from the teacher. Chin thought about it and didn't know how to answer this question correctly. Therefore, he decided to explain to him that he was very worried that if he told all this information, the teacher would not believe him and would consider this information very dangerous. But after the tea was brewed, Chin thought about it and realized that now he couldn't lie. After all, Baek Ryan is truly an unusual teacher, but a real genius and just a very good person. Although, if you remember what was in the records about how he avenged the Chegol clan, there is no doubt at all about his determination and cruelty. The teacher handed him tea and said that he already knew that he was not an ordinary child at all. Baek Ryan just smiled and said that Chin doesn't have to answer at all, and is ready to accept him completely as he is. These words shocked and frightened him even more, because he was clearly not ready to hear this, and thought that he would have to make excuses and make up stories for a long time until he was discovered. Baek Rin just smiled and thanked him again for the advice about the room. In the evening, Chin was already sitting at the table and began to draw and study, and also realized that it was really not difficult to make something like a pencil out of coal, and it was really convenient. After that, he very carefully began to draw to make a design plan for the reconstruction of the room. Baek Rin informed him that Yuhu holds the position of an official in the medicine palace, so the guy can contact him with any questions. Chin was very happy, because now he will be able to fully demonstrate all his skills, and also make a Korean heated floor. He couldn't even imagine that the same documentaries he had watched in the past about gender and the history of the stove would be useful to him. At this moment, the guy was really proud of you, so he wanted to draw something else, because he realized that he was great at it. Juho took these drawings in his hands and was very surprised, because he was not entirely sure that they would be able to bring this to life. But still he was very interested, so he began to study every detail. He approached the guy and asked if it was really planned to have heated floors. Chin said that it was true, and also in the second picture there is a stove. He smiled and said that it would be closed, so smoke would not come into the room. This is verified information, because in the lower grades they heated food on this. But here in elementary schools, there are not even heaters. At first, the guy's words seemed like real nonsense to Juho, but now he sees real logic in them. After that, he asked Chin if he really planned to make a window out of glass. He just smiled and waved his hands, saying that when it gets colder, it will be difficult for the teacher to go outside. And besides, good lighting is necessary for physical and psychological health. Juho decided to believe in this idea, but it was similar to the Western style, so its implementation would require qualified workers, who would have to spend a lot. Juho continued to look at the plan and told the guy that it would take a day to install the stove and windows, but it would be better to discuss the creation of a heating strip with the master. They were ready to go to such expense, but it would also take time to rebuild the owner's new house. Nevertheless, he expected that the work would take no more than 10 days. Chin was very happy with the information he received, because this was really what he wanted to hear. After that, he understood that his teacher's well-being would become much better after this, because there was a very high chance that heated floors and sunbathing would help him prolong his life by at least 10 years, because he also shouldn't forget that he has a well-developed internal energy, which he can use to make miraculous elixirs. In the evening, Chin came to the house and was pleasantly surprised at how quickly they started working. He couldn't believe that they could do all this in the shortest possible time, even without modern devices. Yuhu noticed that Jin had come to take a look at the situation, so he informed him that they had already finished installing the stove, and Baek Rin himself was already in the room. Chin quickly ran and opened the doors, after which he was shocked by what he saw, because there was a lot of smoke everywhere. His eyes were full of fear. He couldn't believe it, because the heat was really very strong. Baek Rin, meanwhile, was sitting in the room and reading a book. So the guy calmed down and realized that all his fears had already dissipated, after which Chin suggested that in winter it would be very warm here, since the window allows light to pass through perfectly, which will reduce the factors that impair health. Baekrin noticed Jin appearing, so he called him over. Chin was pleasantly surprised by such a joyful state of his teacher, who could not even imagine that with the window closed and the stove turned on, he would feel so good. Chin decided to teach him a little how to use the stove, telling him not to forget to ventilate his room from time to time. After that, he approached Baekrin and asked how he was feeling. He just smiled and said that yesterday he had been bothered by a cough all day, but today he is much better, because the stove was a really great idea, and the guy's idea itself was very surprising. Therefore, he patted him on the head and praised him for being very smart for his age, since no one before him had ever thought that windows could be glazed. But Chin also couldn't understand that the minor character Yoo-hoo really has a lot of talent, because how could he make a glass window in just a day, and also manage to install a stove? Joo-ho was very suspicious to him, although he understood that he was completely devoted to his teacher. Like no one else, but the thoughts of finding out everything did not leave him. Baekrin laughed and told Jin that he remembered how the head of the Namgung family was very proud of his heirs, but they were far from keeping up with his talent. Chin was very happy and laughed with his teachers because he was very pleased that he really felt much better. Yoo-hoo watched this whole situation and realized that from the first meeting Baekrin was fascinated by this boy, and now he is completely acting like a fool. Previously, he smiled only when the work situation required it, and every day he was getting worse, so there was complete silence in the doctor's palace. But with the appearance of Chin Cheon-hee, everything changed completely, and the smile stopped leaving his face. Joo-ho stood on the threshold at the entrance, and realized that the guy had enough skills to find a solution to the problem, which was associated with heat loss due to cancer. Therefore, he also smiled and was very happy that there was still a high probability that Baekrin could be saved. He understood that this was really no ordinary child standing in front of him, so if he really wanted to save the owner's life, then he would help him with everything he could. Yoo-hoo just watched them talk and decided not to go there, but still made a promise to himself to help Jin Cheon-hee realize this idea, even if it costs him his life. In the evening, Chin left Baekrin's room and went to his own with a smile. Joo-ho immediately ran up to the master after this and decided to check his condition. First of all, he asked what state the channels through which energy flows in his body are now. Baekrin smiled and said that everything was really very good, because all the time he thought that he just needed to prepare a healing elixir, and did not even realize that it was worth starting from home. Joo-ho was very surprised, because such a thing is really not the responsibility of a doctor, and also said that the drawings that the guy made were very detailed, and they also show Western influence, although this is an illusion because their inventions are a little more advanced. Baekrin just smiled and said that Chin, after all, is his student. Joo-ho agreed and said that the guy is really worthy of telling everyone about him. But the master said that this was not the case at all, but his assistant laughed very hard, because he had already seen how the master praised the guy in letters that would fly to the recipients next week. Absolutely everyone would listen, and also everyone would be interested is to find out in more detail who Chin Cheon-hee really is. Baekrin laughed because the assistant said that he still greatly overestimated him. But he was not ready to talk with him on this topic, so he said that he wanted to go to bed and it would be better for him to leave, but still asked whether Joo-ho really began to be jealous of his new boy. After talking, Baekrin lay down on his bed and tried to completely relax and breathe some air in silence. Joo-ho also went out and looked at his city at night. He was very glad that today was the first day that his teacher had absolutely no pain. His breathing was even, and for the first time in a long time, he began to sleep soundly. Therefore, he ordered all other members of the palace to be as careful as possible and walk very quietly so as not to disturb or wake up Baek-rin. The next morning, Baek-rin went for a walk with Jin and told him that Shigal Liang was their ancestor, who after some time began to be called the teacher Gongmyeon. And he also issued many military laws and founded various disciplines, and now he and his descendants continue to develop his legacy. He also told Qin that he had originally planned to adopt him so that Qin would continue their family line, but changing his surname is not at all easy. The guy also smiled and said that it didn't matter to him who he was. The most important thing was to gain skills and help his teacher. Therefore, Baek-rin was a little upset, but still said that for now, the guy would only be his student. But he also understood that he had made a small mistake, because he did not think about Yuho, who could make a very big scandal here if Jin Qin came here already with the surname Baek-rin used. Sung and was his adopted son. He thought and closed his eyes, saying that later, the guy would still have the opportunity to use the Shigal surname, continuing their family. Qin looked at him and thought, because he understood that right now they were shifting a really big responsibility onto him. Seeing his teacher, Qin understood perfectly well that later probably means when he grows up, and it also seems that Baek-rin meant that this would happen before his death. Qin was not ready to receive this information now, so he was scared. And it was very difficult, because all these words put a lot of pressure on him. He understood that he urgently needed to come up with something. Very quickly, he and the master came to another place in complete silence. Qin was a little surprised by what he saw. After all, in front of him stood a wooden doll that Qin had never seen before, so he decided to ask the master what it was. Baek-rin just smiled and said that these were new practice dolls. Qin couldn't believe his eyes, because he didn't understand why they were here, since he believed that he was not yet ready for such training. But it seems Baek-rin has already decided that the time has come to teach Qin martial arts. Baek-rin told him that their family is based on the Shimbop technique, which improves memory and has a positive effect on thinking, thanks to which a developed brain liberates human feelings. After which he made a sharp movement with his hand, which greatly pleased the boy. After all, he understood that these were really familiar movements, and he had already seen them before. A second later, Baek-rin used his strength and turned a simple finger strike into a real blaster. His entire charge was directed at the wooden doll. The master decided not to stop and showed the guy various techniques. Qin was very surprised because he could not even imagine that his teacher would be so strong. It was simply incredible how his master, with an ordinary flash from his finger, could easily and accurately hit various points on the mannequin's body. But another blow surprised him very much, because it differed from the others in that it did not penetrate the doll, but only grazed it. He looked at Baek-rin and asked, "How is this possible?" Qin really couldn't understand how he managed to create a pistol with enormous firepower. But controlling it is much more difficult. But how does he do it? Baek-rin glared at the guy and said that this was really surprising. So he turned around and was a little perplexed, because he didn't understand what the master wanted from him. Therefore, he decided to explain to him that another would have asked why Baek-rin did not pierce through the doll, as it was before, and why the blow was so weak. Qin also said that he understands that his teacher has impeccable control over his abilities, as he did not even damage the paint on the doll. Baek-rin said that their mouth, using brain power in this way, achieved great achievements compared to ordinary wars. Because of this, arrogance became the root of all their troubles. But he said that now he would train the guy differently so that there would be no such problems. All the knowledge that he will receive will be much more complete than that which Baek-rin Sung's ancestors received. Qin decided to find out whether finger flash is the main martial art of the Shigal clan. Baek-rin laughed at this, because this is nothing more than children's entertainment. Chin was shocked because he had no idea what would await him next. To put it simply, their combat power is represented in sword techniques, and also in the art of holding a fan. Baek Rin stopped the guy's questions, saying that this is not all, because they are also fluent in more than 10,000 types of weapons and techniques, which is a rather frightening feature of their kind. Chin was delighted with this, because he could not believe that they could use weapons that they were even seeing for the first time. Baek Rin smiled and was glad that he managed to make such an impression on the guy. Chin looked at him and admired him, because thanks to such a teacher he could become very strong. You could see joy and surprise at the same time in his eyes, because it's not every day that such enormous knowledge is passed on to you. So there was no point in doubting it. Chin decided to ask that from now on, he too could become omnipotent. Baek Rin leaned closer to him and said that this will be the case when he learns all the fighting techniques of their family, because this is his true desire. Chin was a little scared, because he understood that if he really became omnipotent, then the heavenly demon would come after him to kill him. After all, even if you want to become the leader of Magyo, you must prove that your skills are the most outstanding. He remembered that Ryan, even now, while very young, is already provoking fights and threatening to destroy everyone. This was the case in the novel, where Ryan was chasing All Might. He inspired fear in everyone who crossed his path. There was an ominous smile on his face that did not disappear from his face during the fight. Chin understood that if he really wanted to become omnipotent, then Ryan would come for his head in the same way. So the guy asked his teacher if he had to become omnipotent? Baek Rin really thought about such a question, since he was clearly not ready for it. He looked at the guy and didn't know if he was really interested in why so many people in Kanho were training until they lost their pulse. He looked into the sky and said that they would not give him any medal or certificate for this, but they would honor him and consider him their idol. The teacher was a little upset. Chin also visibly thought about it, because Baek Rin said that when you become omnipotent, you gain rights that are not available to others. Therefore, he nevertheless decided to ask him again, who does he really want to become? Chin said that he saw no point in becoming omnipotent. So Baek Rin asked who he wants to be then? Chin put his hand on his chest and said that now he wants to be an all-powerful healer, just like his teacher. Baek Rin was greatly shocked by this and looked towards the guy. After that, he decided to pat him on the head and was very happy that there were still such cute children in the world. Baek Rin said that many of the Chagall clan aspired to become omnipotent, but for the first time, someone wanted to become an omnipotent healer. Chin smiled and was very pleased that he was being praised, at a time when his teacher believed that he was sent by heaven. He had a smile on his face and was truly happy that he would be teaching a truly dedicated person. In order to live long, Chin will devote himself to medicine and let the little heavenly dragon become the leader of Magyo, because in the novel the main character never killed the doctor. Chin thought about it. Is this really the meaning of his life? Just thinking about this made his heart beat faster, and he rejoiced like a little child. This means that everything has already been decided. It will certainly not be easy, but this is his path now. He looked at Baek Rin and said that no matter what, he could cure him. After all, he is the one who first gave him warmth. And he was kind to him for no reason. Who would have thought that Chin would have to experience something like this? Therefore, he firmly decided that from now on he would be his debtor. Baek Rin was also very glad that he fell into the hand of such a valiant guy. Therefore, they began to train hard, after which Baek Rin said that the most important thing is to be able to feel the energy within yourself. He stroked the guy on the shoulders and gave him instructions, telling him that no matter what happened, he should not move. Chin concentrated and tried to complete this task. Therefore, Baek Rein also sat next to him in the lotus position and concentrated on the task. He closed his eyes and thought. After which he continued to keep his hand on the guy's back and prepared for the next stage. Baek Rein used magic, thanks to which everything around him began to glow. The boy was very shocked and a little scared, because he had never felt anything like this before. He began to feel the energy of his teacher, who ordered him to focus only on it. At first it began to flow through his arteries and veins, after which the energy spread throughout the body. Its circulation through Kimeg is called the Great Celestial Cycle, which is truly fascinating. Chin closed his eyes, because he understood that this was the same internal energy that felt very cold and heavy. But was it not because of the influence of the ninth yin of the intermittent pulse? Baek Rein extended his hands even further and tried to convey all his strength even more. He closed his eyes and concentrated heavily on the process. Then he opened them and was very serious. He tried to transfer all his strength into the body of this boy, so he said that now he should feel solidification in the tangent area. Chin closed his eyes and concentrated, because tangent is a place in the body in the abdominal region, where the bulk of internal energy is collected. He understood that it seemed that the energy contained in the 100-year-old Huandan was now being transferred to him. Chin then opened his eyes and seemed to awaken, sensing something unusual. Baek Rein said that the cleansing was successful, thanks to which the internal energy absorbed thanks to the miraculous medicine now completely belongs to Jin Qianxi. Now he can completely control it. When the hardening becomes viscous, the vital force becomes like resin. The guy understood that it was hard for him to get used to the true essence of the miracle medicine, which is probably why he has not yet fully learned everything. Baek Rein said that now they were absorbing a 100-year-old Huandan, but next time they will try to do this with a 1,000-year-old. But as he thought, it is not worth trying to learn too much at one time. So he exhaled and took his hand from the guy's shoulders. Baek Rein was very glad that he had a worthy student and was glad to pass on all his knowledge to him. He told Chin that he could now open his eyes, and they would now move on to learning the next step, learning the basics of Shimbab. The basis of the Chimbab family of the Chagall family lies in the 5 elements and 5 energies that form the world: fire, water, wood, metal, earth. Now he ordered the guy to breathe the way he taught him. Chin concentrated and tried to do this. He also needed to try to move the internal energy on his own. At first, this is indeed a very difficult activity, but over time everything should work out. His teacher said that water helps a tree to bloom, a tree gives strength to fire, and fire forms the earth, after which the earth becomes metal, and the metal ultimately purifies the water. Chin kept his eyes closed and fully concentrated as much as possible. He sat and was really delighted that the energy was moving exactly as he was told. He really began to feel it. Baek Rein added that the main principle is the circulation of the 5 elements, and the reason why the Shimbap of the 5 elements Chagall is combined with medicine is only because of this. That internal energy does not collide, does not mix, but moves harmoniously. No other energy can heal inner wounds and stimulate vitality. But what happens if the energy starts moving in the opposite direction? Baek Rein said that this phenomenon is called deadly combinations, because when water collides with fire, the fire goes out. When fire collides with metal, the metal begins to melt. Metal cuts wood and wood becomes part of the earth. Chin was shocked, so he asked the master if this was really bad. But Baek Rein reassured him, because there are cases when this is even necessary. For example, if he falls into a state in which a person has surpassed his abilities and has lost control of his own body, in other words, has become a demon, then this deadly combination is used only to stop him. The cycle of the 5 elements and the deadly combination are like medicine and poison in modern medicine, called a side effect. For example, sildenafil known to people under the brand name Viagra, had a side effect in clinical trials as a medicine for cardiovascular diseases. Therefore, it began to be used in the field of erectile dysfunction treatment. There are also cases where it is used to treat obesity and diabetes. Poison, not suitable for consumption, turned out to be medicine for some patients, so there are no bad or good medicines. It is how you use them that matters. The same applies to the 5 elements that form this world. So Chin began to feel that energy moves much faster and knowledge occurs gradually. Everything has its time. Baek Rin understood that Jin Xianhe was truly a gifted child, and was very glad that he was now his student. He was already thinking about telling other doctors that a new talent had appeared in China. It is very important. So the whole day passed, and evening had already come. Juho brought the guy some effective pills that he will need to take. He explained to him that there are as many as 5 types of huandan: fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. It was very strange for Chin to see them, because an ordinary huandan emanated a cool aroma, but these were nothing. So he decided to clarify whether he really needed to take it all in one go. But this is not at all necessary. You only need to choose the one that he himself wants. The guy was really very shocked by this. He looked at these pills and realized that it looked like this was a test that would test his knowledge and whether he would make the right choice. Chin thought about it because he had already taken the 100-year-old huandan, which originates in trees, so it is worth choosing one whose properties will be truly similar, as the principle of Shimbop internal energy says. Therefore, he needs to choose exactly the huandan that will make him stronger. But still something worried him. After all, just according to this logic, the principle will not work. The only thing that is important in this is the cycle of the elements. Therefore, Chin smiled and firmly decided that now he would choose huandan fire. The energy of wood can enhance the energy of fire, and this will be a great addition. Therefore, Juho passed the pill to him without further hesitation. But still, Chin was not ready to accept her so quickly. He was very alarmed by the fact that the pill emanated a rather pungent odor, so it was very strange to him that he had just felt nothing. He was very surprised because the huandan of the 5 elements really are 5 pills, each of which has its own role, right? He also understood that if you take them all in order, then a large amount of energy will not be needed. Therefore, in order to create a cycle that forms the circulation of the 5 elements, you need to create a foundation using the 5 components in their pure form. So Chin looked at Juho and said that he was ready to take all the other 4 pills in order. He was surprised, so he asked if the guy was really ready to do this. He was serious and said that he was ready to eat everything. So Juho smiled and said that he thought so, that Chin would not be so easy to fool. Chin just smiled and was glad that he was also supported right now. Juho knew that the cycle begins with a tree and life ends with it. Therefore, he admitted to the guy that he was really much smarter than he thought. And even if he had chosen only huandan of fire, Baek Rin would have already considered this answer correct. So he wondered how the boy came up with this. He took the pill and said that it's really all about the smell. The assistant was shocked, because what could be unusual about the smell of huandan fire? At first, the guy found it strange that none of them had a smell. However, after observing, he noticed that everyone has their own personal scent. Therefore, he realized that they are in such harmony with each other that when displaced, the smell is interrupted and disappears completely. Therefore, he again remembered the principles of the foundations of the 5 elements that Baek Rin told him about. Chin drew conclusions and said that the correct answer suggested itself. Juho just smiled and said that the guy was actually very insightful and his efforts were not in vain. So he put down these pills and said that he was ready to convey his answer to the owner. Juho began to leave the room and told Jin to take huandan slowly. Chin took one of the pills and began to examine it first. after which he immediately threw one of them into his mouth. He began to feel a strong burning sensation in his mouth, which he clearly didn't expect, but the fire actually had a very pungent aftertaste. A week later, all the guy did was eat and activate a new Huandin cycle. It was already very difficult for him to do this, so he wondered if he was a person or was he now a real Huandin processing machine. Juho approached him and said that they were now there. Chin was very surprised because he knew very little about him. Juho told him that this is exactly the place where medicines are made. Chin was very surprised, so he began to closely examine the area around him. There was real surprise and shock in his eyes. He noticed how many workers were here and how large this room was, so Juho told him that this was a medicine palace for 3 generations of the Middle Kingdom, where the doctor's palace is a large unit and the doctor's office is a small one. In other words, Reincarnated Palace is one of the palaces in the country where medicine is made. They specialize in selling Huandins. Chin understood that this was mentioned in the novel, but he had no idea what and how it worked here. Yuhu also said that some people believe that palaces that also possess Chinese food therapy are better, but this does not at all lower the status of our palace. Chin just laughed at this phrase, since he himself understood that this was truly a very amazing place. They produce a lot of miraculous medicines, each of which is assigned to a certain class from highest to lowest. Chin was surprised because top-class medicines are produced about 1 or 2 a year, and despite the fact that he is a student who personally receives the internal energy of the teacher. Still, he definitely won't be able to easily cope with this kind of medicine, although he didn't plan it himself. Yuhu said that the guy should take lower-class Huandin once every 3 days, and if his body can absorb all the properties of the pill, then from just 1 he will receive the same amount of internal energy that 6 months of training could bring. So the guy closed his eyes and realized that he would really have to try. After all, in the novel, students receive the energy of teachers, and the descendants of noble families take a miracle drug every day from an early age, so he could not even imagine that he would have exactly the same. Juho was surprised by the guy's abilities, so he asked how he manages to do so much. Is it possible that he doesn't sleep well because of training? Chin smiled and understood that compared to what he had at his previous job, this was nothing at all. Then he was very exhausted, both physically and mentally. He was constantly in intensive care and was very stressed. If slavery had not been abolished, it would now be called a specialization for medical graduates. After all, no matter what he did, he was constantly insulted by patients and caregivers. It was not without insults from professors and ordinary passers-by. At that moment, his companions were sadness and anger, and then even they disappeared, after which he finally understood what emotional exhaustion was. But here, everything is completely different. All doctors praise him and support him. He feels their love and respect every day. Is this really the life of the second most influential person in Reincarnated Palace? And here was his teacher, who was waiting with a smile for them to arrive. He was very pleased to teach the guy and pass on his knowledge to him. So he came closer to him and asked how he liked the medicine manufacturing department. Chin said that he was really very amazing and thanked Juho for bringing him together. Rin bowed his head and was delighted at this answer. I looked at the guy and realized that it looked like he had already reached the first level, and that was very excellent. Chin realized that something had happened and decided to ask if he had completed his task quickly. Rin praised him because he did it very quickly, but there is no need to overexert himself, and it is better to rest now. Therefore, Chin smiled and said that he understood everything and would definitely do it. Therefore, the teacher suggested that he go have something to eat, but for now he would tell him about the place where he would now live. The construction of Chin's new house was completed. It would have been impossible to complete it so quickly, so they hired a lot of workers, which allowed them to shorten the delivery time. Bakerin said there will be a large glass window on one side, and they have installed heated floors and a stove. Chin was really very surprised and happy, because everything he wanted was literally just provided to him. Even the inside of the house was decorated with wood, and the walls were covered with clay. Bakerin said that the house really has very strong heat insulation and is different from the typical Chinese style of construction. But the guy smiled and said that a tithe house says a lot about its owners, so one that does not let in heat really shows the strength of his will. Bakerin also pointed to the bed and asked if it would be suitable for a guy. After all, he will have to sleep on the floor all the time. Chin smiled and said that this was just a great option, because he had such an idea, since the floor is hard anyway. Bakerin turned to his assistant and said that they were already in a bathhouse here. And Yoo-hoo also said that they loaded the stove with wood to the fullest to check the maximum temperature. Bakerin actually admitted that they exceeded all his expectations, because he always thought that one oven would be enough. But this whole system is simply incomparable. Chin also rejoiced like a little child. Yoo-hoo just asked his master if he didn't wonder how the boy knew so much. But Bakerin said that he decided not to ask him about it. Someday he would be ready to reveal his secret to them. But nevertheless, he has already begun to understand what kind of person he really is. The next morning began with Jin standing near a tree and began to wait for Bakerin to conduct a joint training, who also decided to come early. Bakerin was very happy, because his health became much better, and the heated floor became a real godsend for him, which really made him feel very comfortable. Chin was glad to hear this, because every day his teacher felt better and better, thanks to his efforts. Therefore, Bakerin decided not to waste much of his time on idle talk and suggested immediately moving on to training, asking Bakerin to concentrate all her energy in her fingertips. Bakerin also closed his eyes and asked the guy to do all this as calmly as possible. Chin just sat and tried to do everything he was told, because in this world he had to become a real leader who could completely replace Bakerin Yoon-sung and become a new legend. He used all his strength and tried to close his eyes, which he really began to do well, as the divine help of the elements, in this case fire, began to flow into his body. Now he needed to completely relax, in order to feel all the power that right now is beginning to rapidly enter his body in very large quantities. Chin couldn't hold her in his body for long, so he immediately opened his eyes after a few seconds. Leaves started to rise around him. After that moment, everything really changed. Bakerin watched the situation and understood perfectly well that everything was moving much faster than he could have imagined, and simply watched over the leaf that flew near him. A second later, Chin had a fit of aggression and decided to use his powers to destroy the leaf with a bright flame. Chin was clearly shocked that only he had succeeded, since he clearly could not imagine this. For the first time in his life, he was able to use magic and channel his energy in the right direction, which was kindly praised by his teacher Bakerin Yoon-sung. Chin just continued to smile sweetly, because so far he does not have the skills to be able to set fire to anything more than a leaf from a tree. Bakerin reassured him, because there was no reason to worry, because everyone once started with this. So he thought about it and asked the guy, since his level had already grown so well, maybe now he should get a special task for himself. While Chin was at a loss, his teacher just smiled sweetly and took out a fan from his hands, which he waved with great pleasure and prepared to tell the guy something new and completely unusual for him. Chin was shocked because it was the first time he had seen Bakerin use a fan. He continued to wave it, but at one point he only stopped to close his eyes and tune in. Then, after sharp movements of his hands, a bright yellow flame appeared in the sky, which Bakerin Yoon-sung was able to create with his own hands, and it meant only one thing: the essence of the power of fire is destruction. Baek-rin was clearly engrossed in the process, as in fact his eyes were closed the entire time. He felt every movement of his body and had impeccable control over it. After his chakras were filled, he already opened his eyes and had the feeling that he would not mind fighting someone right now. Therefore, as a target, he chose a tree that was simply standing still, after which he unleashed all his strength on it, because no one can resist such an attack. A second later, Baek-rin covered his face with a fan and simply watched the tree fall to the ground. Chin was clearly scared because he never expected that his master was capable of doing something like that. All this time he considered him an ordinary doctor, but not a martial arts master. He looked at him and could not understand how his teacher managed to destroy the tree with just one wave of his hand. The funny thing is that the cut area was only slightly burned, and the tree itself did not catch fire at all. Chin was very pleasantly surprised and could not believe his eyes. Baek-rin understood that right now he managed to make a positive impression on the guy, so he looked at him with a smile on his face and asked if he liked everything now. After that, he waved his fan and said that the next thing they would study was wind energy, which shocked his student even more. Baek-rin decided not to waste time, after which he swung his fan and immediately went to radiate new energy. A second later, another tree was successfully destroyed. Also with a fairly simple movement of the hand, it was clearly noticeable that Baek-rin was doing this with great pleasure. Chin was scared. He couldn't believe that his teacher had such enormous strength and power, so he felt very creepy from what he saw. He could not imagine that wind energy was so powerful, so Baek-rin was still looking at another wooden pillar that flew right above their heads, and said that the true essence of wind power lies in movement. After which he made another move and perfectly cut down a new tree. A second later, he lifted it into the air and delivered several more quick and perfect strikes, from which the tree fell to the ground with a strong roar that could be heard far beyond the palace. Now Baek-rin stood with his student and watched the trees, which were visibly damaged, and some of which were ready to completely fall apart after the slightest touch. Chin was very shocked by what he saw, because he could not imagine anything like this, since it was not written about it anywhere in his novel. Baek-rin folded his fan and said that the fire had completely damaged the cover of the tree, so now it was completely dead. He looked at Chin and said that now it was his turn to test his strength, so he asked if he could use water energy this time. And he pointed to the nearest tree, which was now about to experience the full power of Baek-rin's student. But everything is not so clear. When Chin came closer to the cut tree, Baek-rin said that the guy should not be harmed, but on the contrary, to save the tree from death, because water is a symbol of life. Therefore, if the guy copes with the task, then the first task will be successfully completed. Chin couldn't believe it. Would he really need to revive the tree now? But Baek-rin just smiled and said that he himself was interested in how long it would take Chin to implement this idea. After that, he left him and went about his business with Yuho, who could not understand whether Baek-rin was in too much of a hurry with the guy now. After all, it's really not so easy to reach the third element in the first lesson. He also added that absolutely no one can do this at the first level. Baek-rin stopped and said that he was not going to argue with this at all. He also told Juho that all this time he had been very kind to the guy, so he told him a huge amount of theory. Juho also understood that when it comes to education, it would be very difficult indeed to find a more strict mentor. He may treat Chin quite well, but in training he is not going to spare him in any way. So Chin stands near the tree until late at night and tries to figure out how to use his magic and revive the tree. After all, only such an approach could actually make him much stronger. So he continued to stand with his eyes closed and was completely focused on the work process. Absolutely unexpectedly, it started to rain outside, which greatly surprised the guy, because he began to suspect that even the weather was against him. He leaned on the tree and thought, because he didn't understand how he could heal the tree of water energy if he was only at the first level. Chin closed his eyes and was really very upset, because he could barely collect the size of a pea. But this is not at all enough to heal the bark of such a huge tree. And although he himself understood this very well, he still became really interested. Why did Baek Rin decide to give such a difficult task? Does he really want them to despair of their abilities so quickly at this stage? If so, then this idea is indeed very dubious. The thing is that in such a situation, only death will be the true solution. Because if Baek Rin had asked the guy to simply cut the tree, he would still have had a chance to cope. But he destroyed even the cambium layer with fire. Chin ran to analyze what happened to the tree, because its roots were intact, so we can draw an absolutely logical conclusion, which we already guessed. Namely, the tree is still alive and has not died. The guy understood that now was exactly the time when it was worth starting treatment from the lower part of the tree, so that later it would be possible to revive the upper part. Chin sat down on his knees and began to analyze the current situation, trying to find a way out of it, where he remembered that in the rain the roots absorb a lot of water. And it is thanks to water that the tree has an excellent opportunity to grow and bear fruit. It creates fire. Fire brings it back to earth. Then the earth is combined with metal, which is associated with water. Great. It looks like this is the answer to the question of how the guy will need to heal the tree. Most likely Baek Rin thought the same thing. So Chin immediately ran to his tree and tried to multiply the amount of energy by connecting the elements, just like he did before in the hospital, because the load on weak patients is also increased gradually. He looked at the tree, which was tens of times larger than him, and was not sure whether his idea would work, because all he needed now was only the energy of water. He placed his hand on the tree and knew that now was the time to use the divine help of the 5 elements. But the problem was that he was not confident in his abilities, because using a technique that had not yet been taught to him was really very dangerous. However, having done this, Chin was very shocked. But he could not find another solution, so he also knew very well that if he died because of the tree, he would be remembered as a rare loser. So he concentrated and knew that he would try to start with the calmest and most stable energy of the earth first, which started coming out of his mind right now. It began to form a truly very bright flash, which could not help but surprise everyone around, including our main character, who until that day had never been able to do anything magical with his own hands. Everything around him began to glow. He actually began to feel how the amount of energy really began to grow when combined with the metal, so he was glad that everything was really going well so far. After this, he decided to completely combine metal with water, which created a completely natural reaction. Everything around the tree began to be covered in blue magical reflections, which was difficult not to notice, because the energy increased more than 8 times, which the guy himself clearly could not expect now. A very strong magical field appeared around his hand, which he directed towards the root of the tree, trying to heal it. From such a strong flash, he had to close his eyes, because it was really very blinding. After a few seconds, Chin had already released his hands from the tree, as he could no longer hold them there. And completely unexpectedly, the bark near the tree actually began to heal. Chin was very surprised by this outcome of events, because he understood that he was now beginning to succeed. But this was far from the end. After that, the guy stopped and looked at the tree, which began to obey him, and it looked like the first task from the teacher was already half completed. He was very shocked, because as a result of such success, a brilliant idea came to his mind. Perhaps he should start with the energy of wood right now? After all, then he will have a huge opportunity to conduct energy through fire, earth, metal, and even water. In such a situation, quality is much more important than quantity. which is why Yuho told him before to take the 1,000-year-old Huandan a little later, since it is really very important. But there wasn't much time to think, so Qin put his hand again on the tree bark and concentrated on the process, because the meaning of the divine help of the 5 elements lies in mutual exclusivity and harmony. So if one energy suppresses the others, then he can fall into a state chakshvama. After such a short minute of thought, the guy finally decided to test for himself all the power that he received, although he understood that it could be quite dangerous. But in any case, now he will not need to report to anyone for his failures. In the morning, his teacher and his assistant laughed very hard, because the guy was sleeping, but still the teacher insisted that there was no need to wake him up now, because last night he probably worked hard, so let him rest. Juho still didn't understand whether it was really worth giving the child such a difficult task, or perhaps it would have been better to choose something simpler. After all, if you demand too much, it can have a very bad effect on the student. Although Baek Rin, meanwhile, had already approached his tree and seemed to be very surprised. He couldn't believe his eyes, because is this really what he's thinking about now? The teacher looked at the healed bark of the tree and could not understand whether this was really it. There was a very strong surprise on his face, because he had never encountered anything like this before. So he immediately put his fingers on the wood to analyze it. Taking a closer look, you can see the cut. The bark has grown unevenly. A trace of water energy is also visible, so there is no doubt that all this is the work of Qin Qian He, where he did it all absolutely alone without anyone's help. Baek Rin turned to his assistant and laughed very hard, because in just one day he managed to implement this, even less, in just half a day. Juho was speechless by this and was clearly shocked. This is not surprising, because absolutely no one believed in the success of this boy, not even his teacher. But he was extremely glad that already on the very first task he was able to cope with the 3rd element, because here it was necessary to connect, expand, and concentrate the energies of all elements in the right direction. No other child could handle this level of control, but this one is an exception. Baek Rin smiled and understood that now he does not doubt him for a second, and understands that now it is he who will be his heir, because such talent is a real joy, not only for him, but for the entire district. He glanced at Yuho, who was completely incomprehensible, and understood that Baek Rin wanted to tell the whole world about him right now. Baek Rin laughed, because when the owners of the medical offices find out about him, they will begin to make claims to their students. So Yuho asked him why Baek Rin is so cruel to other infirmaries. But he ignored his question and said that right now he couldn't wait for the morning meeting, where he would tell all the medicine palaces about Qin Qian He. In the morning, Qin woke up and was very cheerful because he managed to sleep the whole day, thanks to which he had a huge influx of strength and energy, and he also had the feeling that the body was not his at all. Had he really become a Superman so quickly? He noticed that all organs and senses had become very sharp. Qin began to run for joy, and realized that this was just the beginning. His internal energy becomes stronger. His abilities develop very quickly. Perhaps he is no longer a person at all. He was happy, like a hunter who managed to catch his prey after 3 months of waiting. He was happy and understood that martial arts was just a real find. Could it really be considered that he had matured? Nevertheless, he concluded that this was probably the effect of the miracle drugs and techniques of the Chagall family. He remembered Horion and understood that if everything continued to develop like this, would he become stronger than the heavenly demon? Of course, this is unlikely, because he has a deadly star in the sky, and he also knows various secret techniques, so the guy understood that he was still very far from him, and he also understood that one day, Horion would definitely come here to the medicine palace. Qin ran further, but suddenly stopped in place, realizing that until Horion became a true sky demon, he would still need his help. A second later, he turned his head to the side and was seriously scared. We had never seen him like this before. Chin could not understand what kind of roar outside the window it was, so he ran very quickly to investigate it, fearing the most terrible turn of events. He opened the window and looked into the distance, but he could not see anything there, although the feeling that the house was falling apart did not leave him. People were also very surprised, because they did not understand what this noise was, and someone was randomly at the entrance to the palace. But what was he doing? Chin assumed that right now he could not sit idly by and needed to act as quickly as possible. He ran and tried to remember when something like this happened in the novel, but absolutely nothing came to his mind. At the entrance to the palace, there were doctors and security guards who did not allow outsiders in and carried out a quality check of everyone who wanted to visit the palace. Opposite them stood a guy who tightly clutched his stick in his hands. He kept shouting and asking where Baek Rin Ui Sung was and begged everyone to give him a chance to meet him. Chin approached the people and didn't understand whether it was really him, the same person who made such a roar. But so far all they could offer him was to lower the weapon and just talk. Chin answered absolutely nothing and simply observed the situation, where people explained to the newcomer that if he screams and goes wild, he will only make things worse, first of all for himself. Is there really a child on his back that is about the same age as Jin Chinyi? Perhaps he is sick with something? But the guy continued to scream and ask them to give him the opportunity to see him at least once, because he must be absolutely sure whether his daughter can survive. Chin was a little surprised, but after this phrase everything became clear to him, because right in front of him stands an archer who is trying to save his daughter. But he actually looks like a real poor man. Immediately after this, the archer loaded his arrow and aimed it at the people who were guarding the peace of Baek Rin Ui Song and his infirmary. He didn't want to talk to them, so he immediately ordered them to bring him to them. The guards were clearly outraged, because they could not believe that he was threatening them right now. So they ordered him to immediately lower his bow. But Chin also understood that if standing in front of him was someone who could attack from a distance even without a weapon, then he really... Right. The thing is that right now in front of them is Shansaji Khan, who does not belong to any gang. He is the one who is able to kill for money without hesitation and is ready to attack even the most outstanding martial arts masters. Chin thought about it. Is he really one of the main enemies of this world? At this moment, the archer continued to look at the people with hatred and fear and threatened them with violence if his conditions were not met. They immediately made it clear to him that they were treating only those who were reported to them by pigeon mail, and that the palace also received patients who could not be helped in the doctor's offices. They looked at the patient and said that first of all, they needed to bring an extract from there. After that, they would only be able to look at him and help. The archer was truly shocked by this answer and literally stood in a stupor for several seconds. A moment later, it dawned on him that right now he had been very civilly refused, and he would not have to wait for help. So he loaded his bow and pointed it towards his interlocutors with aggression, asking whether they really demand an extract. Although they were extremely scared, they still said that they could only accept him with her. Chin noticed that the archer actually seemed to have calmed down a bit. He remembered his story, because the whole point is that, for the purpose of revenge, someone attacked his daughter, after which she died, and he embarked on a slippery slope. Is this child the same girl that the archer is trying to save right now? Chin was very scared and understood that if he was correct in his guesses, the girl would die right here. But what would happen if he tried to save her? The archer reported that they really tried to get treatment in the main unit of the Huaju infirmary, but they just grimaced and said that they could not give an extract, and he had been trying to cure her on his own for 10 days, 5 of which he got to them. There was really very little time, So he decided to go to the Baekrin Uisong infirmary directly, because in all the previous ones he was refused due to the fact that he was not from Chongpa. But he couldn't give up everything. Chen, at that moment, understood that he needed to start taking control of the situation into his own hands, because he saw the despair in the archer's eyes. He understood perfectly well that Hua Juyak's son belongs only to those who belong to Chongpa. Perhaps it was him that the newcomer was talking about right now. How really difficult everything is, because due to the lack of some papers, the child is being denied help right now. Qin Xian was very indignant that the person had been coming here for 5 whole days and was refused. But he also wondered how the girl had not yet died from this. He looked at her and understood that from a medical point of view, there was no explanation for this. The archer fell on the deer and said that he tried his best, sold all his property to raise at least some money for her treatment. So he simply begged the doctors to save his daughter. They were all shocked, but it was clearly clear that they really didn't care about other people's problems and were not ready to serve him due to the fact that he did not have the necessary documents. Qin understood that seeing something like this in real life really felt very different than in the books, so he was well aware that only a teacher could solve such a situation. Therefore, Jin very quickly tried to call him for help, where Baekrin asked the archer for permission to examine his daughter. Everyone was shocked by Baekrin's appearance, and also told him that the archer had caused a real pogrom here while he was away. After the archer found out who was standing in front of him, he immediately fell to his knees and started crying. He said that his daughter was attacked by 7 people, and in Hua Juyak Sung's doctor's office. They examined her and said that her internal organs were badly damaged. They gave her some medicine, but it didn't help at all. Baekrin knelt down and began to examine the patient, trying to help her. The archer was clearly very worried, because this was his daughter, and he would really like everything to be fine with her. Baekrin took her hand, and this process was also observed by Qin, who was clearly shocked by this turn of events, because a minute earlier he himself was ready to rush in and try to help the girl. Baekrin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the girl is still alive, although this is still a real miracle. But after these words, he also told the archer that it was too late to treat her, so he could no longer help, from which he was clearly very shocked. Anger immediately appeared on his face and he looked furiously towards the doctor. It was clear that right now he would be ready to destroy him. He stood up and started shouting at Baekrin and asking what he was allowing himself to do. Would he really refuse to treat his daughter now? Baekrin once again said, with a calm tone, that it was really too late. But the archer could no longer be stopped. He was driven by emotions. He was clearly ready to attack the doctor and destroy him. So he got angry and waved his hand at him, asking whether a doctor could really say that to his patient. All the other people were clearly shocked and frightened by this answer. Qin also began to panic, because he understood that the archer was going crazy right now. There was no stopping him. He was ready to completely destroy the medicine palace. Baekrin had not yet shown any emotion and simply silently observed the situation. This lasted until the archer completely switched to Baekrin and rushed to attack him. After this, the situation completely changed, and the distraught archer was grabbed very tightly by the arm. It was Juho who was not going to silently observe the situation, and decided to stand up for his teacher. This shocked him even more, because he was clearly not used to seeing this kind of resistance. Yuhu continued to hold his hand very tightly and ordered him to calm down, because right now he was on the territory of the Baekrin Medicine Palace and must behave respectfully. All the other people were simply shocked by the situation. Chen was quite surprised and scared at the same time, but still, he was absolutely not worried about his teacher, since he understood that he was truly a Superman. But Juho really surprised him more and more every day. You, as a guy, understood that almost nothing was said about him in the novel. But he is really very strong. Baek-rin simply continued to look after his patient and did not worry at all. Unlike the angry archer, who was even more angry about this situation. He pulled his hand away and ordered him to be released immediately. The archer couldn't believe that they were treating him this way because his money was ill-gotten. Couldn't that be true? After that, he began to shout and accuse the doctors of being real hypocrites and being punished. Chin looked at the archer and realized that right now he had lost his mind and was preparing to attack. Suddenly he turned his head to the side and was really very surprised. The whole point is that behind him, some new people appeared in red caps and red capes, whom he had never seen before. They were also very serious indeed. So they raised their spears and surrounded the area near the archer and Baek-rin, along with Yuho. It was the palace guards, which angered the archer even more, because now everyone was against him. Chin was quite impressed by this, because the Medicine Palace is part of Morim, a clan that fights against warriors, and which can really hardly be called weak. Baek-rin looked at his interlocutor with a cold gaze, and once again tried to explain to him that the girls could no longer be helped. So the optimal solution would be to simply accept this fact. The archer looked at his daughter and once again became very angry, because he really needed to save her. Therefore, he got angry and said that if this is really so, then let him destroy them right here. Otherwise, he himself will tear everyone in this palace to pieces. He also added that Hua Ju Yak Sung will face exactly the same fate, due to the fact that he is still a hypocrite. Chin understood that the situation was only heating up, and his teacher and Yuhu were behaving as if nothing had happened. Baek-rin closed his eyes and said that the will of the archer is indeed very important. But in this case, his and his daughter's corpses will rot in the market square in front of everyone. From such words, the archer became even more angry and was ready to fight. But he could not understand how they allowed themselves to communicate with him in this way. Baek-rin just laughed and asked if it really looked like he was joking now. Chin had never seen his teacher in such tense situations and could not believe that he was actually giving such answers. For the first time, he also sees such a chilling expression on his face, as if he were a completely different person. A magical flash with red highlights began to appear around the archer, which showed everyone that an irreversible process would begin right now, which for now can still be stopped, but no one wants to do this. Chong Sajikan said that rumors of Baek-rin's outstanding fighting abilities had spread throughout the entire world. Maybe, as he said, the archer will die, but still he would not want to leave it just like that. Therefore, he understood that now he needed to take at least one of them to the next world. Chin was very scared because all this time Chong Sajikan was looking at him. So the guy didn't want this to happen to him, since he still had a lot to do in this life. Baek-rin also looked at Jin Qian and made it clear with his eyes that he had no reason to worry. He laughed and said that the archer's words that he wanted to take an innocent child hostage greatly undermined his resolve. But Juho understood that now a truly irreversible process had begun. Baek-rin is now finally going to destroy his interlocutor. Although how can you do otherwise when your only student is going to be sent to the next world? Chin understood that the situation urgently needed to be saved, so he ran to his teacher to stop the fight. The only thing he asked was to be allowed to examine the body of the archer's daughter one more time. The teacher and the father himself were very shocked by this, because they could not believe it. What can we say about them? Absolutely everyone was in shock, like the guards and the doctors. So did Juho, who absolutely could not believe it. Baek-rin turned to him and asked what Xianhe meant by this, so the guy said that Baek-rin had correctly determined that the girl could not be saved. But still, He invited him to take a risk and check if there was even a tiny chance of curing her. He also said that he had a plan that Baek-rin wanted to know more about. The thing is that if everything works out, then Chin will try to convince this archer to take their side. The girl, meanwhile, lay unconscious and was seriously wounded. Therefore, the doctors put her on the couch, and Juho ordered them to carry her very carefully, so as not to damage anything. Chin smiled, because Baek-rin listened to him, and now they will have a great opportunity to test their strength to help the girl. The archer calmed down and was shocked. Not the slightest trace remained of his aggression, only anxiety, which is so characteristic of a parent. Chin looked at him and understood that most likely the archer had no task or goals of taking him hostage. And he said all this only out of emotion. The thing is that when it comes to the life of her child, there is no time for pride, and she needs to make completely different decisions. The archer closed his eyes and tried to apologize from the bottom of his heart to the guy, because he had not been leading the most honest lifestyle for a long time, and during this time his powers of observation had become well developed. He said that, then Baek-rin looked at him with such an inhuman look, but the guy was very interested, so he asked who he was like. Shansajikan said that he couldn't even describe it, because his face and figure are really very beautiful and feminine. So Baek-rin is like a mask, under which he is a completely different person. He told the guy that there really was a feeling that he would not budge, even if he killed someone, anyone, but except him. Chin said that the teacher values him very much, which the archer didn't even argue with, because it's already noticeable. So he said that until Chin reaches the same heights as Baek-rin, he will see much more death than an ordinary warrior. He closed his eyes and said that he already knew that Baek-rin was much more picky than the common man, and that Hua Ju-yak's son was also strange. But at least he looked human, which made Chin laugh a lot, and Baek-rin smiles the same way in any situation, so this pissed him off. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he was really very sorry for what he was about to do, so he asked for an apology again. After that, he began to beg him to save his daughter, because for her sake, he was ready to do absolutely anything. Tears appeared in his eyes, and it was noticeable that now he was saying all this really sincerely. Chin understood that even though this was a different world, even though he was a child, it was time to really get down to business. After all, he understood perfectly well that here was exactly the same hospital as in modern society, even in some ways much better. Therefore, now the whole story has moved to the operating room. The guy was already standing there with his teacher and preparing to treat the patient. But the most interesting thing was that Baek-rin decided to ask the guy if he was really ready and could cure her. Chin thought about this question and understood that now he needed to try very hard in order to get a positive effect. After all, we should not forget that without X-rays, computed tomography, and also without other delights of modern medicine, it is impossible to look inside the body. But if you believe what was written in the novel, and even now the most important thing is to check the condition of the internal organs. But is this really possible? Baek-rin told the guy that of course it would be easy to implement. So he also asked if Chin wanted to do a more detailed examination than just taking his pulse. Yes, this is exactly what Chin needs now. Baek-rin focused on the process and decided to see what would come of it, because in the world of martial arts, this is one of the most amazing things for him. This is Changi, or simply put, a technique for energy measurement of the pulse. So he put his hand on the patient's body just to check it. Magic immediately appeared around them, which undoubtedly surprised Jin Chun-hee, although he had already seen this more than once. Because thanks to this ability one can easily examine the body, as in modern medicine. All this is possible thanks to the energy that spreads throughout the body. Thus, the doctor has the opportunity to feel what is happening in him, exactly to the same extent as if the doctor directly touched the body with his hands, which is really very surprising. Chin couldn't believe that. Now he was seeing it in action. Besides, he became very interested in what would happen if he could already accumulate a sufficient amount of internal energy. Would he be able to do the same? Baek Ryan decided to contact the guy, but asked him not to let this information leave the confines of this room. The attacker on the girl used a very strong blow, which leaves no marks on the body, but destroys the body from the inside. This technique is called En-aga-junsu, so that person has a rather unique martial art technique. Chin opened his mouth in surprise, because could Baek Rin really say that the enemy belongs to a certain clan? Yes, that's exactly it. It's Chapa, or the unification of 5 unions. In particular, the main one is the Paekto Union. Chin could not understand the reasons for such actions, because aren't Safas usually behind such things? Safa is the exact opposite of Shanfa, that is, a clan that consists only of criminals. But now it doesn't matter at all why the hostility started. The only thing that worried the guy was, how can he attack a child? He looked at the girl again, and for the first time anger was visible on his face. The most interesting and frightening thing is that in the novel the archer was never able to find the culprit of this act, because if the attacker is a member of Chonpa, then he will not confess to anything, no matter what terrible crime he committed, otherwise he will face big problems. Chin only told his teacher that in fact the affairs of the archer were his only concern, and their main task at the moment is to save the patient. Baek Rin was very shocked by this. It probably shocked him really very much. He had never shown such emotions before. Well, it's not surprising. The whole point is that children are not characterized by such indifference. It really strongly resembles the bad side of his character. Therefore, he smiled and patted the guy on the head, saying that in any case, this knowledge would be useful to them. After such a conversation, they immediately began the operation, because first of all, the doctor told the guy that the girl had necrosis as a result of a rupture of the intestine, so the operation was quite possible. Chin was worried about only one thing. Could the girl really withstand all this? Therefore, Chin asked Baek Ryan to go and get the consent of a family member to carry out the operation, saying that he was ready to take on this task himself. He explained to the student that the situation is really very difficult, so there are only 2 options for solving it. One of them is a painless death, where Baek Ryan will perform an acupuncture session that will relieve her daughter of pain until her breathing stops, and Hweg-Won Panjo, or supernatural forces, will allow them both to talk a little. From this, the archer began to get angry again. Therefore, Chin explained to him that there is a second way, which will consist of fighting for her life until the very end. He suggested an operation, but if it fails, the body can no longer be restored, and besides, this procedure is very painful. The archer began to cry, because this was still 100 times better than the first doctor's statements that her illnesses could be guaranteed to be cured, but he also asked whether they would blame him if nothing worked out. But Chin calmed him down and said that everything would be fine, because he was a complete stranger to him. And he was seeing his daughter for the first time, so the decision was definitely his. He also said that the archer knows exactly like no one else, and can definitely guess what she would want. So the father immediately began to remember all the moments that he lived with his daughter. But the most unpleasant thing is that he was never able to admit to her what he was really doing, and she naively believed in all this until the end. She believed that her dad was the wandering warrior Kanho. Once she even told him that she would also study martial arts and become a strong warrior. She laid her head on his shoulders and cried, saying that he was late, and she will never become like him. But the only thing she asked him about was whether she fought well. Such words made the archer cry even more, because he was clearly not ready to listen to all this and keep it all to himself. He fell to his knees and began to scream, hugging his daughter tightly, because deep down he understood that he was a simple liar and a coward, so he did not want to see condemnation in her eyes. He did not want to live in poverty. Chin looked at his interlocutor with understanding of the whole situation. He continued to cry because he was such a terrible father that his daughter had suffered so much. All he asked was to cure her by any means necessary. He could not contain his emotions, so he only begged for help for his daughter. The archer did not understand why an innocent child should die instead of him, so he begged Chin to save his daughter. Chin understood that the situation was truly not easy, but he received consent, exactly what he needed. He quickly ran to Baekrin and said that he told him what the options were and their consequences, so he was happy that the archer chose to fight for her life. Baekrin understood that. Then he needed to hurry and told Yoo-hoo to quickly prepare everything he needed. Chin looked at the huge list and realized that there was nothing beautiful in hospitals. There are only patients lying there who are often on the verge of death. Their relatives regularly worry about their health and can only hope that everything will be fine after the operation. There is constant anxiety in hospitals. Chin also decided to wash up for the operation, so he rolled up his sleeves and got ready, because the only thing they can do now is not to give up. After a serious operation, the girl was transferred to a ward where her father was already waiting for her and was extremely worried, so they explained to him that his daughter had a liver rupture. She crumbled like tofu due to the well-known Qigong technique. So in the end, there was a perforation of the intestines, but her ribs were surprisingly intact. Chin could not understand how the girl managed to live for 15 whole days in such a state. Maybe thanks to the internal energy and miraculous potions of her father, because she is really very strong, and the painkillers seemed to work, and they were able to keep her alive. Joo-ho also ran up to the guys and said that he had brought them new tubes for blood transfusion, as they asked, although he was a little late. Chin immediately took them in his hands and was very happy, because this is truly incredible. He really couldn't understand how he managed to make them so quickly. So questions about how strong and talented Yoo-hoo was did not leave him for a second. Baekrin was also a little surprised and asked his student if they would really give blood with this device. The guy was absolutely sure, so he said that if the transfusion was not done, the girl would die, so they would need to take blood from the father and also simply connect their veins with a tube. The archer understood that now there really was no other choice, so without any doubt he agreed to this procedure. He said that he was ready to do absolutely anything that was required of him if it would help save his daughter. So they went back to the operating room, where Chin had already washed himself again and was in a surgical suit and was also preparing to perform an autopsy of the chest cavity. The thing is that they decided to start the procedure with a posterolateral surgical technique. So the patient must first be placed on his side and an incision made between the ribs to maintain visibility. Since Chin is now in Marim, they will make the incision using Comgan and then fix everything back. The result of this should be very promising indeed. Baekrin watched the guy and realized that he had the movements of a person who had performed operations hundreds of times already. So he could not understand why this kid already had such abilities. It was truly amazing. Baekrin noticed that he had never seen anything like this before, so he concluded that the guy's knowledge was passed on to them from that world, and he is also a Superman. Chin understood that now he needed to make an incision, and in order to minimize bleeding, Joo-ho will use his technique to draw blood, toxins, and other fluids from the body. The child lay unconscious in a kind of anesthesia and hoped that they would help him. The demon archer behind the plan must give his daughter the source of Chinga to keep her alive. During the long transmission of Changi, the teacher will enhance the healing effect and thereby replenish her vital energy, And the most interesting thing is that they all gathered here to save the life of one child. They had the operation all day. The only thing left now is to connect all the fabrics back together. Unexpectedly, Baek Rin said that the patient's blood pressure was dropping. But what did they do wrong? Why could this happen? Even if Chenga is still not enough, it has already begun to penetrate the body. But Chin still could not understand why the pressure was decreasing. Therefore, he sharply stuck his hand into the wound and tried to check the condition of the internal organs. People were simply shocked, because they did not understand what Chin was doing right now. But he looked like a person who really knew and understood his task. Suddenly he opened his eyes and was a little scared. After all, something truly terrible happened, as he expected. The patient's spleen ruptured. Baek Rin and Yoo-hoo were also shocked. So Chin explained to them that they were focusing too much on the liver, so the problem was really difficult to notice, since the spleen is located in the hypochondrium. Fortunately, the liver is recovering, but you just need to be careful, because there is still a chance to save the patient. But the whole point is that without the spleen, the immune system will be very weakened. She will really have to spend her whole life somewhere safe, always worrying and monitoring her health. So because of this operation, her dream will no longer come true. Baek Rin said that the only thing that matters now is how severe the damage is, so he suggested that they could handle it now without knife surgery, which surprised the student. He couldn't believe that this was really possible. But Baek Rin insisted on his own and said that the guy should also rely on others, because even if he is weak, it's not for nothing that Baek Rin's name is on everyone's lips. So help, he can definitely do something. He began his treatment procedure and also informed the guy that he would soon teach him this technique, because he had previously used it on a tree, and in the future he would have the opportunity to implement it on people. Baek Rin began the process of transferring internal energy through the needle, thanks to which the girl's pulse began to recover very quickly. Joo-ho told the guy that the gap was quite small and also happened in a good place. Baek Rin took the thread and began to stitch up the patient's body. It is not surprising that he is considered by everyone to be the best doctor in the world of martial arts, so his reputation is fully deserved. Chin understood. But despite all this, now is not the time to get excited because they are undergoing an operation, so it needs to be completed as soon as possible. Therefore, he also began to help his teacher, and helped him cut the threads. A day later, they completed the operation, which at first glance should not have been particularly difficult. But Chin practically had no strength, and he fell to the ground. Baek Rin then approached him and praised him for his courage and determination. Because thanks to Jin, they were able to actually save this child from death. So this is worthy of praise. Chin looked at the teacher and understood that he should be thanked first of all. But he said that in the future Chin would definitely have to use his healing technique on Baek Rin himself. Chin just smiled and was very glad that now they really trusted him. But this moment was interrupted by screams in which Yoo-hoo shouted and asked the archer to come to his senses, because he understood that he had also spent a lot of energy and also took risks to save his child. Baek Rin still looked at his student and said that now he would also need to lie down. Chin noticed that Baek Rin had now become very difficult to talk, and his condition had deteriorated sharply. Suddenly, he began to fall to the ground and lose consciousness, which greatly frightened Chin, who miraculously managed to catch him. Yoo-hoo also ran up to them and asked the owner to wake up and come to his senses as quickly as possible, but he no longer heard them. Cold and torment. They are like the icy blade of a knife that pierces the heart and tears it to shreds. He lay and screamed heart-rendingly, begging for help. But absolutely no one could provide it to him, which was really very frightening. Baek Rin had been used to this feeling for a very long time. From an early age he was told that his life would be short, so he was always asked to think about how he would live his remaining days. They explained to him that the medicine contains poison, but it is used as a strong painkiller. So far, this is the only thing they can offer him. Relatives of patients who did not have long to live were not bothered by the use of such a drug. Baek Rhine also understood that it was probably all because it dulled the pain a little. There was one time when she was not felt at all. Then, standing by a pile of ashes and rubble, he swore revenge on all those who burned down their house and killed his relatives, although I was destined to die first in the family. But everything turned out differently. Juho carried his owner on his back, who was in critical condition, and ordered everyone to get out of the way. Baek Rin was fascinated by his student at first sight. After all, from the very beginning, Chin had what Baek Rin was deprived of in her time. This is probably why he delighted him so much. But it is worth noting that in fact it was far from envy, and the most real feeling, which really was like admiration. Chin and Yuho quickly ran to the rescue, because every second counted, so they had to do everything in their power to save the life of their teacher. It's very strange, but today the pain is much less. Baek Rin continued to lie on the bed, but after some time he was pumped out and was able to come to his senses. He tried to open his eyes, but it was difficult for him to do so. So he at least decided to ask what time it was. There was no answer, so after a few minutes Baek Rin was still able to open his eyes on his own. But what was his surprise when he saw Chin in front of him, who all this time did not leave his side for a second, but only also fell asleep next to his bed, because my strength was running out. All this time he held his teacher's hand and tried to save him at any cost. Meanwhile, Yuhu also approached them and asked how the owner was feeling, because he noticed that he had just woken up. Baek Rin looked at him and asked why Chin was here, but Yuhu tried to justify himself, saying that Chin was stubborn and came up with absurd reasons to stay, saying that he wanted to cure him with the help of the 5 elements. Baek Rhine just smiled and asked Yuhu not to make excuses anymore, since he had already heard enough. He was very pleased to listen to this and realize that he was truly valuable to the boy. It's like pouring water into the sea, because the amount of Chingy that he managed to convey to him was unlikely to help in any way. Yuhu closed his eyes and said that Baek Rin's pain had eased, perhaps due to the fact that the guy tried to restore balance in his body. Using a lot of energy from fire, water, metal, and wood, he was still learning, so the effect was still quite weak. Baek Rin also told his assistant that his temperament is very similar, but the energy between him and Jin is completely different. Baek Rin stood up and immediately used his power to transfer some strength and energy to the boy, which scared Yuhu very much, so he started screaming and saying that the owner really needs rest now. Baek Rhine closed his eyes and asked him not to worry, because even though the balance in his body was disturbed, he could still transfer some energy to him. Chin, meanwhile, was in deep sleep, since he had been awake all this time and had spent a lot of energy. So he heard absolutely nothing. Baek Rin smiled, because thanks to the guy all this happened. For the first time, he had a desire to live in this world, as he had in his youth, so he wanted to see Chin grow up and reveal himself to all of Kanho as soon as possible. Chin immediately woke up after these words and asked the teacher if he felt better, which surprised him very much. Chin also said that he suddenly lost consciousness and was very worried. But fortunately, everything worked out and now everything is fine. He also told Baek Rin that he was very worried about him, which undoubtedly made him happy. Therefore, Chin said that the loss of consciousness does not fully describe his emotions and state. Most likely, it was a feeling of universal emptiness. Chin understood that he had often encountered the deaths of patients, but he had never experienced anything like this. Chin smiled and said that he felt as if he had just lost his own parent. Baek Rhine smiled at these words, and he felt very pleased to hear such things. Chin grew up in an orphanage and always felt like something was missing, like a thirst that could not be quenched. He remembered how he sat alone on his birthday and blew out the candles himself, in complete emptiness. Perhaps, thanks to the teacher, she became weaker? Baek Rhine also understood that these feelings were indeed a very strange thing, since he was really sorry for making others worry about themselves. But at the same time, he was very pleased to see that they cared. Chin was very surprised, but now it seems he began to understand everything. It seems Baek Rhine also figured out why all the clan elders pretend to be sick in front of their students. And although he himself did it unconsciously, but now he realized that the old man was grumbling in the hope of attracting attention to himself, so he didn't even think that this could overtake him, and all this was due to the fact that for the first time, a truly worthy student appeared. Suddenly, Baek Rin completely threw all the dishes off the bed and started coughing loudly. Chin was scared, because he understood that the situation now was not turning out for the best. Baek Rin was holding his throat, and suddenly started vomiting. So Baek Rin shouted and said that he would immediately call Yuho for help. After he learned about this incident, he immediately ran after the guy to help. When they arrived at the place, they were very frightened, because they understood perfectly well that the teacher's strength was leaving him, and they needed to help him immediately. Chin shouted and tried to bring his sense master, but nothing worked. Therefore, Yuhu and the guy lifted Baek Rin and placed him on the bed from which he fell. They took out some pills and immediately gave them to Baek Rin. He really needed to drink them. He didn't know what they were giving him, but he didn't resist at all, because he understood that all this could end badly for him if he refused treatment. Chin was worried about him and really hoped that the teacher would come to his senses. A little later, Chin returned to his room and asked Yuhu about Baek Rin's condition. But fortunately, this time, the news was much better. Baek Rin already had the opportunity to open his eyes on his own and say that he was completely fine, so there was no reason to worry. The guy heard this, exhaled, and seriously thought about the meaning of his life. He understood that most likely this was not the first time such a situation had happened to the teacher. The worst thing is that it looks much scarier in real life than in the novel. The current description of events did not evoke any particular emotions in the book, because Baek Rin, although he was an incredible character, was still minor, and besides, he died at the beginning of the work. Fortunately, her breathing is returning to normal, and there is still hope that Baek Rin will improve. Juho told him that now he finally needed to rest, so they would not disturb him. But Baek Rin extended his hand and suggested that the boy begin to learn how to measure Chingy's pulse. But he also could not believe it, because does this really need to be done right now? Baek Rin just continued to smile, because where else could he find a patient to train on, especially since they both have the same Chingy. Baek Rin also said that even if Jin made a mistake, there would certainly be no bad consequences. So he invited the guy to sit down and get started. Chin decided not to miss this opportunity, so without any doubts he took his hand and tried to measure his pulse, since he himself understood that it was time to hone all the theory that he had received in practice. Now, Baek Rin asked him to close his eyes and, following the direction of his breathing, release all his inner strength. It is very important to understand that you cannot open your eyes during the process, much less talk. Chin concentrated on the process and began to do his job, which he actually started to do very well, because he definitely didn't expect everything to go so well. He continued to stand near the teacher with his eyes closed and enjoyed the process, if you can call it that. He held his hand and measured his pulse, and near them blue lights flew around the room. It all resembled ultrasonic waves, which are so popular these days in modern medicine. He did not open his eyes for a second and tried to feel his teacher's entire body from the inside. After a few minutes, he was able to find Chinga's pulse, through which energy circulates. Since he felt it, It means that now he also has a kigum, or a sense of energy. Even Chin himself became aware of the serious condition his teacher was in now. Jin continued to hold his hand, although Baek Rein began to insist on completing this process. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as Baek Rin pulled his hand away on his own. After that, Baek Rin asked the guy how his condition was, but he was shocked and could not even imagine that everything was so bad. Baek Rin said, with sadness in his voice, that he really couldn't hide anything from the guy. Baek Rin looked at him and said that the first thoughts that came to his mind were only that Chin would be scared. But he noticed that, on the contrary, he only had more confidence. Chin took him by the hand again, and once again said that he would cure Baek Rein no matter what it cost him. He just smiled and said that they would try to do it together. 2 days later, another amazing event occurred in the palace. The father ran into the room and, with tears in his eyes, began to hug his daughter, who had just been miraculously saved. He squeezed her very tightly and asked her to explain what happened to her. But she could not say anything, so she asked to let her go as her father began to squeeze her very tightly. After that, she screamed and he jumped back in panic, apologizing for his emotions. He began to cry because he was extremely happy to see her again alive and unharmed. The girl looked at her hand and understood that something really very strange was happening. She began to feel that there was much more Chinga in her body than there was before. Therefore, her father said that he gave her a piece of himself so that she would become stronger. But she also understood that now her father would also not be able to use his skills to his full strength. At that moment, Chin ran into the room along with Baek Rin, who were smiling and happy that the girl could already get out of bed on her own. The archer immediately threw himself at their feet and began to thank them for their help, because they had become real heroes for him. Chin was a little unaccustomed to receiving so many thanks at once, so he still didn't know how to react correctly in such situations. The girl, meanwhile, grabbed her head, because it seems her condition began to worsen due to the fact that her father was constantly crying, although she was already much better. The guys immediately became very interested in how he was feeling, but the archer said that most likely now he would not be able to really use his previous powers. However, he smiled and understood that this meant absolutely nothing, because his daughter was alive and now he didn't need anything else, especially since this power was enough for him anyway. Chin looked at him and didn't understand. Is all this possible because he used his innate Chingi? He also understood that since their first meeting, the archer's appearance had really changed very much, which is quite logical, because innate Chingi consists of a person's vital energy and differs in strength from the usual one, which, by the way, would be absolutely enough for treatment. But somehow, be that as it may, the demon archer had now become a low-ranking warrior. He just smiled and said that now his daughter herself began to understand that her strength had become much greater. The archer hugged her very tightly and understood that nothing had ever pleased him as much as this news. Baek Rein also smiled and therefore asked the father to allow him to check his daughter's pulse one more time. He leaned over to the girl and asked her to try to sit still and not move, which she was a little scared of, which in principle is not surprising. The girl was a little at a loss, but it was clear that she, too, was really very interested in this, since she herself wanted to find out what was wrong with her and how her condition was. Chin was a little upset, because all this time he was looking at the archer, who no longer had the same confidence as before. He understood that this was a master who was truly able to reach the maximum of his strength, became an ordinary warrior, and indeed he would make a very good villain. But in his current state, he could easily be influenced. The thing is that usually the villains in martial arts novels first demonstrate outstanding strength, which ultimately becomes the basis for awakening the powers of the protagonist, Most likely, he could take the role of the one who sacrifices himself. Indeed, countless murders would have tempered him, made him stronger. But the most interesting thing is that you will never know at what moment someone who was your enemy can become a really good ally. And even if negative characters are sometimes annoying, they are the ones who are generally considered the coolest. Just remember the girls who always love those who always behave negatively, and, for example, were bullies at school. In the novel, the archer appears before the confrontation with the heavenly demon begins. Chin understood perfectly well that an archer could be perfect for this role, and besides, he had lost his martial arts, so involving him in this activity would really not be a problem, so he would have to try to prevent such a development. Baek-rin also finished examining the girl and informed everyone that her veins are now completely open and everything is fine. Blood is circulating in them as it should be. Chin continued to listen carefully to his teacher. Baek-rin continued, saying that for 15 days she was on the verge of death, so they kept her alive all this time with the help of Chingy, as well as miraculous medicines and various techniques, thanks to which she chose everything that was possible, and after that received her father's congenital Chingy. They looked at him in surprise, but he also said that the fact that the veins are open is temporary. So if you leave everything as it is, they will close again. Therefore, for 10 days it will be necessary to supply them with internal energy. Chin smiled and said that there is absolutely no need to worry, because the doctors will help with acupuncture. And once the course of 10 days is completed, the girl will be able to live in the future with veins that will be in an open state. The archer smiled and burst into tears, because this was indeed very good news. The girl also could not contain her emotions and burst into tears, placing her head on her father's shoulder, because she understood that he sacrificed himself so that she could continue to live. Baek-rin and Chin were very happy, because they were able to provide really real help, exactly what was required of them. They were able to save a very difficult patient. The archer turned to them and said that now he didn't even know how to thank them for their work. Baek-rin put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that indeed his contribution in this matter was not that significant. If anyone should be thanked, it was only Jin Chin-hee. The girl looked at the guy and was very shocked, because she couldn't believe it. Therefore, without any extra thoughts, she quickly approached her savior and said that her father ordered her to thank the guy, because if it weren't for him, she would have been dead a long time ago. So she smiled and expressed great gratitude for the rescue. The guy smiled and said that he really was her father who sacrificed a lot, and he just did his job. And he also added that he was really glad that everything ended well and that each of them contributed. He told the girl that she was able to hold out for a very long time, and her faithful began to change. And despite her young age, she was really very strong. She has the makings of greatness, and she is also far from an ordinary person, because she was able to survive after such a difficult ordeal. In his first real fight with the villains, who were most likely supporters of Chungpa, Chin understood that they were the same age as her. So if this girl continues to strive for heights, her name will soon be heard by every resident of Kanho. Chin understood that with one good deed, he was ultimately able to help both the demon archer and the future goddess of the bow. But there was no point in talking for too long, because the patients needed peace now and could not be disturbed. So the guys immediately left and prepared to close the door. But Chin also said that peace would actually not hurt Baek-rin himself. And the guy smiled and understood that now it would be very important to try to lure the archer to his side, although this most likely would not be so difficult. In truth, he absolutely does not know how to live further, because before he was always thinking about taking revenge. But now he is worried that he may not have enough strength for this, especially since he often saw how warriors, following Kanho's instructions, went from first-class masters to third-rate fighters, and he also knows very well how all these people end up. Chin looked at him with deep understanding in his eyes, where the archer continued to say that things weren't so bad for him anymore. After all, his daughter named Kag-on was able to avoid death. So he looked up at the sky, and, with pain in his eyes, wondered what more a parent could want. He remembered his sweet daughter, and understood that he really didn't need anything else. The only thing he really wanted was to be with her until his death. Chin understood that now that the archer was weakened, he was unlikely to be lucky enough to die a natural death, because the villains from Kanho could pursue him. He understood perfectly well that then what was described in the novel would happen. After losing to the celestial demon, the archer will lose his innate Chingi. But he will not be upset about it at all. He will take everything for granted, becoming like those third-rate fighters that he himself talked about. Chin understood that if he needed to prevent such an outcome of events, he needed to act right now, so he turned to the archer and asked him to listen to one request. The archer was even a little surprised by this, because no one had ever asked him for practically anything before. Therefore, he kindly turned to the guy and wanted to find out what he wanted from him. But Chin wanted to find out from him the principle of his energy attack. The archer said that their clan has the Tun form, which allows them to attack by making repeated movements, and since he does not have a bow with him, it would be very difficult to demonstrate it indeed. Chin interrupted him a little and said that he just wanted to see and not learn. So he asked the archer to show only the movements themselves on an imaginary bow. He thought about it, because he really could do something like this without any problems, even though he had never encountered anything like this before. But still he agreed and said that he would fulfill his request without any problems. Because when else will they have the opportunity to see each other? He waved his hand and said that if suddenly the guy seemed inept in his movements, then he shouldn't think that all archers are like that, because he's just a rather inexperienced archer. His technique is called the Divine Bow of Annihilation, and their clan of archers originates from a Buddhist family that was not a follower of Taoism. Its main goal was to achieve nirvana through awareness that grows from selflessness. By repeating the same movements, you fall into self-forgetfulness and can use ungone. Chin watched him very carefully and realized that most likely due to the fact that the archer had spent almost all his strength, he practically did not feel the internal energy in his body. However, he immediately straightened his arms and began making sudden movements. A second later, his body was already in a ready combat position, as if he were pulling an arrow. He closed his eyes and completely focused on the process. After all, this is truly one of the historical moments. It is worth understanding that this could truly be his very last ungone, where he can put this into practice. The archer continued to hold his hands in a fighting position and seemed to be taking aim. A second later, he made a very sharp movement, which seemed to determine the vector of his further attack. There was a very strong outbreak that clearly no one could have expected. This was real magic that the archer began to perform with his own hands, without even having any equipment with him. Chin was very shocked, because obviously he could not even imagine this. But the archer did not stop and again pulled his hand, as if there was another arrow there. After another 1 second, a real bow appeared in his hands, which glowed with red light and contained a real arrow. Chin was very frightened, because really it was not his imagination. He can literally feel the bow actually making contact with the arrow. And after a second, this arrow flies to the indicated point. He literally felt her resistance and saw her flying into the bamboo. The archer was focused on this process. He wanted to show the guy what he was like. Chin understood perfectly well that his new interlocutor was now adjusting his stance and adjusting his breathing. He breathes and makes a grab, and behind it comes the real tension. He does not have arrows or a bow, only a precise technique of movements that allows him to do all this. The result will be real problems. He watched this fascinating process and could not believe it. After all, behind his technique there are really great mental anguish. Chin watched him and listened carefully to what the archer was saying, because the movements that he had repeated hundreds of times were only a matter of technique and habit. They are like a prayer that you have read hundreds of times and know by heart. And mental anguish is akin to wind and thunder, who are destined to meet with lightning. The essence of the technique and the divine bow of destruction lies in endless giving. And when you give, why accumulate internal energy? And this is the conclusion he came to after countless thoughts. Archery, in which you rely on your own strength, not the highest level of skill. How it seemed to him before. What he really needs to give for success is his own soul. Chin simply continued to stand and look at his interlocutor, where again he was in complete bewilderment, since he clearly did not expect that their dialogue would happen in this way. Suddenly, in the reflection of his eyes, a large and bright flash appeared, which clearly could not be expected now. It was created by the body of an archer, after which real magic appeared. It was an incredibly powerful energy wave, but in the novel itself, it was not described so colorfully. Chin was well aware that his interlocutor had just reached the highest level called spiritual bow. Absolutely everything around the archer was in this energy, which really scared the guy. He looked at it all with fear, and really didn't understand how the energy could be so powerful. The archer looked like a real demon who inspired fear and horror. Chin looked at him and was surprised how he could parry in the air so easily, and was happy that the archer received such strong energy. It was really very surprising, because in the novel he never reached this state. Did he really succeed? Although Chin had no doubt that everything would go well, and as he had planned, Chin started screaming and said that the teacher would absolutely not believe this. After all, he was able to revive their future servant, the demon archer. Chin was so happy about this that he continued to run around and enjoy everything that was happening. Yoo-hoo approached Chin from behind and told him that he was indeed a very unpredictable person, although he was no longer hostile towards him. Chin turned his head and was very surprised when he saw Yoo-hoo, because he came so close, and he didn't even feel his presence. Meanwhile, the demon archer rose even more into the sky, so Yoo-hoo told the guy that it seemed to him that after losing his internal energy, he would soon become incapacitated. But he received insight, and all his wounds were healed. And judging by the fact that the archer had reached the highest level, he had also grown in his skills. So Yoo-hoo immediately praised the guy for his work, because first he managed to save Gonsun-en, and now the archer. Chin was pleased to hear all this, but he did not understand why such good praise sounded so cold from his lips. Therefore, he turned to Joo-ho and said that it seemed that he had not come here to admire the guy, but he did not hide it, but only said that all this time he had been watching and thinking about him. But what, exactly? His look changed abruptly, and he said that he was thinking about killing him now or not. He looked at the guy with a very scary look, and tried to get straight into his soul, which was very scary. Chin's eyes betrayed obvious anxiety and fear for himself and his life, because he clearly did not expect this. Therefore, he grabbed his body and became very angry, because he couldn't believe it. Because what bad had he done that they wanted to destroy him now? A second later, a very strong chill ran through his entire body. Therefore, he lowered his head and only asked Yoo-hoo why he wanted to destroy him so much. Although it is worth admitting that his ominous energy really makes you shiver, especially since he is clearly not joking now. But all this is due to the fact that the owner almost lost his life, and since Chin is next to him, Bae-krin constantly overcomes himself. This repeats itself over and over again and will only end with his death. Chin himself understood that when a patient with a limited lifespan takes on a student, he thereby agrees to die even earlier. Therefore, it is also not surprising that through his fault, the teacher almost lost his life this time. However, Chin said that if Yoo-hoo killed him, then the teacher would probably not sit idly by. But he did not even argue with this, because he perfectly understood that Baek-rin would destroy him in such a cruel way that it is difficult to even imagine. Chin was surprised because he thought that he would simply be executed. But Joo-ho said that he really only sees a very kind person in the owner. Would he really let him die like that? Yoo-ho said that Chin still doesn't know him very well, because even the Magyo themselves would be speechless if they saw how cruelly the owner would deal with him. Chin did not believe that the teacher was capable of such things, of such actions, but since Yoo-ho had already seen the teacher in rage, then why bring him to such a state? Therefore, now Chin's loyalty to Yoo-hoo has become in great doubt. But Yoo-hoo decided not to dwell on the dialogue, so he said that it does not matter at all how he dies, because if after his death Baek-rin can live longer, then he will regard this as fulfilling his duty as his confidant. They both looked at each other and tried to find the answer in each other's eyes. Chin immediately remembered all the moments associated with Baek-rin, because he really loved him. However, Joo-ho said that he still has doubts. Chin was even surprised himself, because had he really changed his mind about destroying it? He turned to the side and said that for now, he would just continue to watch him. Joo-ho also asked if the guy knew what the feeling was called. When do you feel resentment, gratitude, and joy at the same time? But at the same time, the desire to kill is becoming stronger? Chin thought about it and didn't answer. But it's also worth admitting that it was really rather unpleasant for him to hear all this. So he looked at the demon archer who continued to gain power, and Yoo-hoo shouted to the guy that this state is called Klesha. Meanwhile, a full 3 hours had passed since the demon archer finished awakening. Chin looked at him and said that his hair had darkened again, and his skin had become very elastic, and besides, he had looked very young. The archer bowed his head in gratitude to the guy, because now his innate Qingji and Qingji vital force were fully restored, and he was able to reach the level of Huagyang. Chin was very surprised by this, because it seemed like this was not what he expected to hear. Indeed, in the novel, absolutely every warrior of Miriam dreamed of reaching Huagyang's level, but only 30 people were able to achieve it. Chin looked at him and understood that all this time he was counting on the archer only to restore his vitality, but the real result far exceeded his expectations. The archer knelt down in front of him and said that he remembers very well how the guy gave him a helping hand, just at the moment when he needed it so much, and he not only saved the life of his daughter, but also helped him reach the level, which he had dreamed of all his life. No amount of gratitude could compare to what Chin did for him. He just continued to look at him and listened carefully to everything that was said to him. After that, a smile appeared on his face, because now Chin understood that everything was really going according to plan. The guy immediately ordered him to get up, because he was really very embarrassed in such a situation. But the archer looked at him and said that the guy could boldly ask for what he wanted. The archer promised that he would repay the guy for his kindness, even if it took his whole life. Chin understood that payment for the treatment had probably already been received by the infirmary through the teacher, but still Chin really just wanted to look at his ungon. The archer insisted on his own, so he begged the guy to give him the opportunity to thank him. So Chin thought hard, and even though he managed to miraculously save his daughter and help the archer reach a new level of skill, but he still continues to be an ordinary child, before whom the archer bowed his head and asked permission to serve him faithfully for the rest of his days and give at least a tiny part of his due, which was really very interesting to watch. Chin understood that everything was turning out much better than he himself could have expected, so they left the forest and Chin decided to tell him something. But the fact is that the teacher is going to offer the archer a job in the infirmary. If he works here, then the problems with finding a job will be solved. all he will need is to deliver medicinal herbs and medical notices, and compared to other work, it is quite safe. The archer was immediately happy. Now it became clear to him why Chin asked him to show his martial arts skills. But the guy just smiled and also said that the pay would be no less good. Chin could not even imagine that the archer would turn out to be such a sincere person with a deep soul, because he happily agreed to this proposal, and not only to repay the favor, but also because he was deeply touched by their good deeds. He bowed his head to the guy again, but Chin knew that he didn't have much experience yet, so he apologized in advance, and said that he would try to really become better. Therefore, I hurried to tell you as quickly as possible that they now have a scout in the infirmary who has reached the level of Huagyang, and his daughter, Wang Kaig-en, had veins open all over her body. So we can assume that with one action, they immediately received 2 very valuable personnel for their team. Now it really becomes clear why the heavenly demon had to suffer so much with them, because for demonic martial arts, the abilities of the demon archer are so strong, like rat poison. But there is absolutely no point in relaxing, because soon the little heavenly demon will rise to the post of junior leader and real bloodshed will begin, where the rest of the leaders will die and destroy each other. And also a lot of people from Tranfa, Safa, and the infirmaries will be drawn into this process. Therefore, during the Magyar War, which is already very close, they must ensure the safety of their infirmary. The preparations really began to go gradually, so the archer was already sitting at the table next to Baek-rin. Juho also brought them the dishes that they will now eat. Meanwhile, Chin was sitting in his room and understood the seriousness of the situation, since he was well aware that at this pace, it would take him 6 months to reach the 3rd element of the Shimbop of the 5 elements. If you do everything at once, then the side effect will be objectively unavoidable, so you need to be extremely careful and not overdo it. He really already understood very well that Shimbop has a very good effect on the brain, because the Kyugyul, or the healing technique that he used on the tree for so long ago, keeps popping up in his head, as if he was repeating it just yesterday. Moreover, while circulating energy, he can even think about something extraneous. He opened his eyes slightly, and it seemed that realization had really come to him. Chin clearly remembered that the teacher said that Yuhu is not able to learn the 5 elements Shimbop, so he is studying other martial arts. His ability to manipulate blood and other fluids found in the human body is most likely a demonic martial arts that Choppa does not use. And also, at the sight of blood, Juho constantly maintained his sanity. It is really quite difficult to remain calm during the operation, but he assisted very well. Moreover, if you need to make something, Juho can easily complete the task in a day. Therefore, the more Chin began to think about it, the more he realized that Yuhu was indeed a very extraordinary person. In the meantime, the demon archer decided to officially become part of the infirmary, and now all its members were able to regain peace of mind. Immediately after dinner, Yuhu ran up to Chin and hit the wall with all his might, accusing Chin of really wanting to die young. He didn't understand what was wrong, but Yuhu was very angry that Chin told the owner about all this. Chin just smiled. After all, at the table, Chin told Baek-rin that Yuhu would learn the art of medicine from him, because he said that he now wants to improve his skills in order to save as many patients as possible. Baek-rin was very happy about this, and decided to ask if it was really true. But there was complete misunderstanding on Juho's face. Baek-rin laughed, because all this time he thought that Yuhu did not recognize Jin Qian-he at all, so he could not believe that he had developed interests in medicine. Yuhu didn't answer, but just looked at the child and suspiciously tried to understand what he was up to. Juho understood that it was better to tell the truth and then destroy the guy, rather than learn the art of medicine from him. Chin said that he and Yuhu decided to join forces to cure Baek-rin, which surprised him even more. Yoo-hoo laughed and asked if Chin really decided that. Baek-rin laughed even more, but Yoo-hoo noticed that the owner really had such a very happy expression on his face, because he had never seen him in such a state. No matter how hard he tried, he never succeeded. But this guy only said a few words. Joo-ho said that he could kill the guy with one wave of his finger. Therefore, he ordered him to explain himself, if he was not afraid of a backlash. Joo-ho understood perfectly well that the guy was not so stupid as to do such things for the sake of ridicule, so it was very important for him to find out his purpose. The only thing that came to his mind so far was Chin's desire to reduce the importance of Yoo-hoo and his influence in the infirmary. In such places, power struggles are quite common, but something told him that there were completely different reasons here. He looked at the guy and understood perfectly well that he was trembling with fear, but he still decided to do this. Obviously, he has another motive, doesn't he? Chin was very afraid to speak, but still said that it was indeed true. Therefore, Joo-ho wanted to find out what the true motives for such actions were. So Chin shouted and invited Yoo-hoo to become a warrior of Baek-rin Infirmary. Joo-ho was very surprised, because it seemed that he began to understand that the baby had just revealed his secret, which everyone had kept secret for so long. For the first time, he began to shout and ask what it means to be a warrior of the Baek-rin Infirmary. How to understand this? Chin said that he really needed a nurse who would help and assist him. But Joo-ho couldn't believe his ears. Does the child really want him to be his nurse? There are no such concepts in this world. Usually the doctor is simply helped by his students and nothing else. We can say that the role of nurses is played by novice doctors. Chin said that very soon the time would come when he would have to pick up a scalpel, and therefore he would need an assistant who would try his best. Joo-ho began to stutter and asked if the guy was really offering him to become a nurse now. But how is this possible? He was outraged, because he is his real enemy. Then why keep him around? Chin was ready for such a question, so he said that Yoo-hoo has qualities that other people do not have. Joo-ho smiled a little because he was still pleased to hear this. Firstly, he is very resilient, stands on his feet all day long, carrying out orders for patients and the infirmary, and also does all sorts of different work. Secondly, he is really very cold-blooded, and there are practically no emotions of empathy in him. Sometimes it happens that a patient is in critical condition, and he needs a good reaction to make a decision and save him. And after watching Joo-ho, you can understand that he is really worthy of trust. And the last thing is that Joo-ho will need medical knowledge. Chin smiled and said that this would probably be the most important part. So he looked at him and said that he really thought Joo-ho was the most ideal candidate. In addition, he also wants to know whether Yoo-hoo's technique belonged to demonic, magical, or ordinary martial arts. He also added that they will eventually have to save Baek-rin together. After all, no matter how much Chin thinks about a candidate for this position, absolutely no one suits him except Yoo-ho. Yoo-hoo thought and closed his eyes, tilting his head. He told the guy that he was going to kill him and had not yet decided whether to change his mind about doing it. Chin did not answer anything and just silently watched what was happening. But still, he could not stand this awkward moment of silence and said that in order to save the teacher, Yoo-hoo is ready to do anything, but Chin is also ready to do absolutely everything that is needed for the sake of Baek-rin, even if he has to sacrifice his life. Yoo-hoo looked at him and didn't understand why. Why did he begin to feel how this little boy began to suppress his will? To begin with, Chin offered to become his nurse, after which he asked not to kill him for now, because together they could cure the teacher, and if he didn't succeed, then let him do as he saw fit. Joo-ho started screaming and asking what kind of manners these are and how dare he talk like that. In addition, Chin smiled and told Yu-ho to understand that now it will be much more difficult for him to finish off the guy, because as far as he remembers, his confidant is a demon archer who has already reached the level of Hwagyong. Ju-ho thought about it, because he understood that right now he was being blackmailed. Chin smiled, because right now the dialogue was moving in the ideal direction, just as he had imagined. He ordered Yu-ho to decide as quickly as possible, to obediently agree to become his nurse, or to take Chin's life right now. But this was a rather strange proposal, so he did not even know how to react to it. Chin understood that Yu-ho stubbornly wanted to save Baek-rin, and it's difficult to say whether this is affection or madness. But his honesty is really very frightening and terrifying. Chin seems to be in control of Yu-ho's entire life and his decisions, something he has never had to face before. Ju-ho exhaled and said that he was giving up, so he could only accept defeat. Chin smiled, because had he really succeeded now? However, Ju-ho was still funny that the guy was making such an offer to a man who was ready to kill him at any moment. Chin put his hands on his hips and said that he was not trying to show mercy in this way, or to say that he forgives Yu-ho, but he simply considered this option the most advantageous. He said that when they were around other people, he would behave as usual. After all, it is really beneficial for him to be considered cute by Jin Chung-hee. But Yu-ho did not expect this at all, and even jumped. Is the guy really planning to mock him when they are alone? Chin shouted at him because Yu-ho shouldn't forget that he threatened to kill him. So why on earth should he treat him favorably? Chin said Yu-ho faces a much tougher job than nurses in South Korea. Chin will continue to save lives, but Yu-ho will need to learn a lot from him from today. And he also said that if Yu-ho has any complaints, then he can destroy him right now before it's too late. Yu-ho just looked at him and didn't answer. Chin smiled sweetly because everything was going according to his plan. After that, he turned around and moved on, leaving Yu-ho in complete incomprehension. He looked at Chin and seemed to also begin to understand why the demon archer swore allegiance to him. Because at first he thought that he had simply succumbed to temptation, but now his opinion had completely changed. Ju-ho understood perfectly well that the guy was very scared, but he did not chicken out and lured the enemy to his side. The next morning, more carrier pigeons arrived. They cutely flew past the infirmaries, and it was necessary to catch them. And it's also worth admitting that it really didn't take that much time. So that the news about Chin Cheon-hee's treatment method spreads among people. His technique was recorded and officially published for the first time, of course. The details were omitted, but information was given about the patient's condition, and the treatment itself was described in general terms. People were simply shocked that serious injuries to internal organs could be treated in the infirmary. They all discussed that the patient was in a terrible state. But who exactly the patient was not indicated, but still people began to speculate and assume that it was the daughter of a demon archer, because he had previously gone to the Huju infirmary, but no one helped them, and they simply left the girl to die. The guy was very surprised because he really didn't understand why. The thing is that infirmary only accepts those who belong to Chongpa. Now it's clear why Baek-rin is so worried and tells everyone about his student, especially since people also understood that he was still just a child, because he was not even 12 years old. The girl smiled, because she could not believe that he managed to cure such serious damage to internal organs. So she even wanted to return to Baek-rin to personally learn his new method from the boy. So she suggested to everyone who was in the room, send carrier pigeons to the infirmary. The announcement of the Baek-rin infirmary swept through all the residents of Gangho like a wave. And even though the demon archer took many of Safa's orders, he also carried out orders for Chongfa, didn't he? Therefore, it is very strange that he and his daughter were driven out of Hwaju. Maybe they simply did not have enough skills to cure the girl, so they disowned her under such a pretext? People passed this information on by word of mouth every day, and eventually families who trusted their health to other hospitals began to think about renewing the contract with Baek Rhine. Meanwhile, there was an emergency meeting at the Hwaju infirmary. At the table, the guy started screaming and asking what kind of nonsense this is, because is Hwaju really inferior to Baek Rhine in skills? The subordinate simply stood silently and said nothing. But the infirmary official Mei Jin-chu was very angry and furious, because he wanted to take revenge and prove that they were all wrong. We are now talking about a demon archer who really carried out orders for Changpa, but wasn't it for the sake of money? The fact that he was admitted to their infirmary for 10 days is only an indicator of the good nature of Hwaju Yak Song. So what hidden intentions could there be? The girl told him that ordinary people have been discussing this lately. But be that as it may, everyone knows that keeping a patient with severe internal organ damage for 10 days is not the responsibility of hospitals. They all started shouting and agreeing with this, because if the Hwaju infirmary did not agree to accept the demon archer because he also worked for Safa, they had to immediately tell him about it. Hwaju came to them and started shouting, asking why they were making a scandal here, because he sincerely believed that this was just a setup on Baek Rin's part. There really is no place for competition in medicine, but in his ad Baek, Rin seemed to want to show that they were competing, didn't he? The guy left the advertisement to reread it again and was very shocked. He did not understand why the advertisement did not contain a word about the Hwaju infirmary, because it only provided a minimum of information about the patient's condition. But why then did such rumors spread? Suddenly, unexpectedly, one guy started screaming and ordered to stop, saying that he would tell the whole truth to Hwaju. Thanks to unverified sources, they were secretly able to find out that the patient was the daughter of a demon archer named Wang Kage. But Ma Jin-chu could not understand why it was necessary to take such a gamble and accept a patient who was almost certainly going to die. The guy agreed with him, but they say that in connection with what happened, many healing rooms are now in panic, and several clans have also begun to show considerable interest in the new method of treatment of the Baek Rin infirmary. Jin did not have Salishuai, Iki came definitely and then well. They also say that the current situation is extremely strange, because until this time, the Baek Rin infirmary was not strong in carrying out such complex operations. But the advertisement highly valued the medical skills of the student Jin Qin-chi. However, there is also a possibility that Baek Rin and her boyfriend used officially unconfirmed treatment methods on the patient, which greatly surprised Jin-chu. He smiled and asked if they really used the patient's body to try unofficial techniques on him. But nothing was known about this, so he simply put his hand on the table and thought. After which, Jin-chu ordered to immediately send several of their doctors to the Baek Rin infirmary for reconnaissance, preferably those who have a good tongue. But the guy didn't understand under what pretext he needed to do this. Baek Rin endangered the patient's life by using unknown techniques on him. And this happened on the 20th day, didn't it? Who knows? If they had 10 more days, maybe the Hwaju infirmary could have cured the patient. The guy smiled, because he understood that the solution to their problems was really close. He began to gather himself and said that he clearly understood Mr. Jin-chu's order, because even if the patient was not admitted in the infirmary, he could be cured in the medicine room. He laughed and said that the demon archer simply couldn't wait and left. Well thought out, he also added that they could say that their doctors came to Baek Rin because they were worried about the patient's condition, so they definitely wouldn't be kicked out. But even if they kick them out, this will become the basis for the cultivation of rumors, so they must annoy them in any way so that the clans that signed an agreement with the Hwaju infirmary will no longer refuse the services of the infirmary. You really need to prepare very well. So the guy bowed his head and said that he would do everything as needed and report back on the preparations later. Qin, meanwhile, did not stop his training because time was not in his favor and he had to do everything in time. The teacher's condition was much worse than he expected. So far, Qin lacks the internal energy and understanding of Chinga's technique to be able to carry out the operation alone, so he needs to become stronger as quickly as possible. That is why he continued his training. He has already managed to reach a level where he himself can control the wind energy that he absorbed thanks to the demon archer. All that remains is to learn how to use it correctly. A fiery flame formed near him, which he was able to cause on his own, after which he decided to try to control it. First, it is very important to try to combine it with the energy of fire. Fortunately, the guy did it. After that, he swung his fist to precisely hit the right spot. Then, with a sharp movement of his hand, he hit the indicated point, and all the flames flew in a large jet into the tree, on which Qin was already accustomed to regularly training. The tree began to catch fire because the force of the impact was indeed quite strong. Qin looked at it himself and was surprised because he couldn't even imagine that everything would work out so well for him. He began to rejoice because this combination is capable of creating a much more destructive force than it might seem at first glance. Qin grabbed his hand sharply and began to scream in pain, because even though he was extremely careful, he still got burned, so in the future he will need to foresee such an outcome of events. It was a second-degree burn, so if he left it as is, he would quickly develop some nasty blisters on his arm. It's good that thanks to the 5-element Shimbop technique, he doesn't have to worry about bacterial contamination at all. The energy of water can calmly reduce fever, but the energy of the tree will easily restore the skin. Of course, you won't be able to do it all perfectly the first time, but there's nothing wrong with that. After all, thanks to his mastery of the 3 elements, everything will heal completely in 2 days. Yes, it really turned out quite well, but still, it's time to move on to the 4th element. Qin continued to train hard because a warrior's training ends when he manages to destroy something. But after that, the real work of a healer begins.